T minus 30 seconds. T minus 20 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
LadyChann! Fight!
Yo, hey girl, it's LadyChann nonetheless, and welcome to A Bitch is Back. A Bitch is fucking back. That's what the title should be, but it is a delayed weekly wrap-up shiggity show. LadyChann is in the building. Guys, I had the maddest flu. I've had COVID, and COVID had nothing on this flu, man. I'm telling you, nothing. Flu turned into a chest infection. They was worried that I was getting pneumonia. If the antibiotics, they had me on 1.5 grams a day of antibiotics to clear it. So, and they was like, if this doesn't clear, bitch, you going to the hospital. For pneumonia, because that's what you'll be getting. So I'm happy to be back. I return. Well, so I hope you guys have had a great day. Let me just put what we are going to be talking about. Those are the social media handles: LadyChann at LadyChann Instagram and Twitter. Twitter, that nigga Twitter, yo. She is I and I am her. Yo, Twitter, that Twitter. I don't want to say the N word. So yeah, those are the social media handles. And today, we just, I was keeping up. Sometimes I was in the chats and people's thingy. I just couldn't do my own. So we have Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia. Wants Tank. Wants Tank. I hope you guys have had a good day though. Wants Tank Davis. These guys are trip these youngins, because he wants Tank Davis because I've got a thing that I know why Ryan's so gung-ho on Tank Davis. Then also we are going to deal. We're going to go into Deontay Wilder, CHISORA, everything. Deontay Wilder. Good old Deontay. The gift that keeps on giving, ain't it? Deontay Wilder. We'll quickly cover the, Derek. CHISORA. Fuck, man. How much more can I write? CHISORA. It's like I'm doing a dissertation. CHISORA. The weekly wrap-up shiggity show. Where did you go? Bars. Okay. The weekly wrap-up show. Weekly. Come on. It's because I can't see. I'm blind. I really need to go and sort my eyesight out again. Being in front of laptops. Right, we done. Kaboom! Right. We in the motherfucking building. It's good to be back. So, does my mic sound nice? Chickadee check 1, check 2. Does my mic sound nice? Make sure it does. We will also, if people want to call in, we shall do so. So we've got Lisa Bales, my sister, in the building. Yeah? We've got LOC, Lock in the building. What up? I know, it's been a while. A bitch had the flu. I was nearly dying, but hey. What up, Fish in the building? Arlette in the building. My Arlette, what up, all to the left? Héctor Garcia, mi esposo, in the building. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Todo bien? Cool boy in the building. Muchas gracias. ¿Cómo está? Todo bien aquí. Pero me siento muy mejor ahora. Gracias. Porque ella estuvo muy malo. She was. I was. Real bad. So, yeah. All right. So I think the link is pinned in the chat. We're not having Kenny Ken today till next week because it was all just, we're going to talk about this shit. We're going to talk about, guys, does my mic sound nice? Tickety check 1, check 2. Does my mic sound nice? It better. We still got the fan on. Oh my God, guys. We had 110 degrees Fahrenheit here. It was disgraceful. We suffered. And because the UK isn't built where we have automatic, just AC. And we suffered. We were dying. But guess what? God said we didn't have any rain for 2 whole weeks with back-to-back, just mad temperatures. And God gave us, he said, you know what? They've put their bid in, the old UK. And God said, let there be rain. And we went down from 110 to, we are now sitting comfortably. I still got to have a fan on, but we are sitting comfortably at about, what are we sitting comfortably right now at this moment in time? El tiempo es muy calor. It's raining and we're sitting at 70 degrees. That's how I like it. And, you know, I think we spike up to 82 by next week and that's it. And I'm good with that. Yeah. We put our bid in. We leave the rest of the world to be hell hot because the UK, we don't like it. It's really bad, isn't it? So, let me put the link in here because I'm not sure if it's, oops. Let me put it here. Does my mic sound nice? Chickity check 1, check 2. Does my mic sound nice? Okay, so there we go. So let's talk. Ryan Garcia. Who saw the Ryan Garcia fight? Hands up. Right, I watched that fight, and I don't know where I am with Ryan Garcia. To me, it doesn't. Does the studio sound funny? Let me hear. Honey. No. It must be your phone. Must be your phone. Yeah, G. I'm better. I'm in the building. Thank you very much. Yeah, that was crazy. Oh, I'm introducing. Introducing. My sister, the queen, Lisa Bales. Ding, 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 ding. In the motherfucking building.
Hey, how you doing? How you feeling?
You got to have a round of applause.
Thank you.
I'm okay, queen. I'm back.
I'm glad to see you back. I'm glad you're feeling better. I like the new look.
Thank you.
Looks great on you.
I thought I'd do a ginger. I thought I'd be a redhead.
Yeah. That's a good look. Yeah.
Thank
Matches the skin tone.
Yeah, it gives it the little. boost the little chocolate mommy, you know. So yeah, I like it. Hold up,
Yeah.
we got a super chat. So
All
you know,
righty.
we're gonna have to let the horns blow, sis. You know how we do.
Yeah. Yeah.
D-Star Buddhism. LadyChann, shout out to you. What up, D-Star? Thank you for that quarter of a dub on your girl. Thank you so much for dropping
G-Style.
hours in the Buddhism. Thank you, D-Star. And also we've got introducing introducing
Introducing.
AJ all day.
Okay. Hey, AJ.
What up, A to the J?
Hey, ladies.
Hey,
How
what's
y'all
up, AJ?
What's up?
Hanging in there. It's very hot here. It's like 100.
Oh, God.
Woo. Yeah.
Y'all.
It's wicked.
91 degrees where I'm at right now, but it's cool in the house, but I gotta go outside soon, so oh God.
You got
Yeah.
we put our vision. We didn't even have rain, god damn it, for 3 weeks.
Ah,
Woo. Yeah.
but Chad, I love that hair. You got it going on.
Thank you very much. I thought, you know, I've got to come back. Can't come back and just be like, yeah, the same old, same old. You got to switch it up. You got to switch it up. You know me.
You got to.
I get bored of the same ish. Oh, okay. We got another one. We got another super chat. Let's go. Give me the horns again, D-Style boxing in the building. You get the horns and you get another round of applause. Thanks, D-Style. Like the horns, right? I know.
Yeah, he said, give me the horns. That's cute. Yeah.
Again, yes. D-Style for the $7 in total super chat. Massively appreciated. So, AJ, Lisa. Yo. Oh my God.
Yo.
Down. I hope you guys are cool in your environment. AC.
No. my AC is acting up. You know what? It's so weird. I thought it's a GE, and I've never had a problem with a GE. But this one, it only had like a 3-year lifespan. So yeah, I think I just got a bad one, and because GEs are usually good, but hey, I'll just get another. It's air all through the house. It's just in my room.
Yeah. So
I just got to order one. Yeah, I got it from this one. I got from Home Depot.
Yeah.
And the guy that normally, you know what it is? The guy that used to do all the handiwork here, he passed away. God rest his soul.
Condolences.
Yeah. So we haven't gotten a new handy guy yet. He was a good guy too. God bless him.
Oh, rest in peace, brother.
Yeah, because you got to put those air conditioners in with the drills, and you got to put them in right.
You do. Indeed you do. Yeah.
I'll get somebody to do it.
Let's say just fall out that window and all that, and yeah. Because you install it in the window, right?
Yeah, that's Lisa.
Yeah.
That's how
I gotta get somebody to put it in right.
Yeah, my house isn't even set up like that. I mean, it's like the way my windows are. It's like you can't even put an AC unit in like my room, so I gotta rely on fans and leaving my door open. But it's been fine for now so far, not too bad.
Right. Right. Yeah, you got to put it in right. You got to get the right BTU for the room size. You got to put it in right. You got to drill it in properly. See, I could get my friend to do it because she's handy. Believe it or not, she's a girl, but she
stand up unit. The units that stand up and you plug it in.
No, I don't have that one. Yeah, I got a friend that got one of those. I don't have one of those.
Chad, it's funny you say that because I had one of those and knocked out the power in my whole house a few years back.
Did it?
Yeah.
I'm getting one of them next year because
it was nice too. It was nice. It literally worked for like maybe 2 hours until it killed the power to the whole house. I'm like, oh shit.
Right.
Damn.
And see, they don't make Freon no more. They don't do, well, I'm not saying they don't make Freon. They don't do that no more. So for some reason, this one I have, it keeps freezing up. And I'm like, huh? Where's all this ice coming from? Yeah. I don't know. I just think I got a bad one. Everybody else's is working fine.
Lucky you got the bad one.
It happens. Yeah.
So Chan was first. What we got going on?
About Mr. Garcia and why I think he is so heavy on Tank. Do you know what I've realized it is? He was heavy on Tank before, but it seems to have ramped up. And do you know what I think it is? Because Canelo came out and said that Tank was his favorite fighter.
Oh.
So I think Ryan Garcia wants to beat the brakes off of Tank. So to say, ha ha.
To kind of get one over on him. That's an excellent assessment. That's some good shit, Chan. That's an excellent assessment. That could be why, because like, I mean, you know, because now like his hard on for Tank has grown exponentially, and it's like, bro, you're not fighting him this year. Did you not hear with Floyd and like they want to keep him in house, bro? I mean, it's not gonna happen. I mean, I'll tell you what's next for Ryan. Next is JoJo. I'm telling you now, JoJo Diaz is probably what's next to probably fight him before the end of the year. And I mean, I don't know what he's going to do after that, but I mean, this fight may need time to grow, and they might need time to grow and try to sell it. But I can honestly see it happening next, but definitely not this year. You know, I mean, like JoJo's probably next, and it's funny because like to hear him say that he doesn't care about belts is because, well, the guy you've been avoiding the fight this whole time has him. Is that we could act like that's a coincidence?
All of a sudden they don't care about. Frank said he don't care about belts from because he don't want to do sanction fees, and obviously he doesn't want to do legacy. Now, all of a sudden, Ryan Garcia, he was in 2 title eliminators for a title contention. So what was you doing that for then? So now you don't care about belts because you can't care about the belts because you can't get them because Devin Haney has them at 135 and your big ass can't make 135. So what you're trying to do is discount another brother's achievements. Yeah.
I mean, he shit all over the fight. He said it was an I-Quote performance. I don't really think so because I've come to terms with what Devin is at this point. The man is a pure boxer. If anybody wants him to be entertaining, it's going to take a certain fighter with a certain style to put him out of his comfort zone, i.e. like an Isaac Cruz or a very aggressive pressure fighter. Then we're going to see what Devin's made of. Until then, I expect him to pretty much outpoint and school everybody, just like Shakur Stevenson would do.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Chan dropping those facts. Yeah, Hector, that's what I think it is. That's what I think it is. Yeah, that's what we got to accept. Devin Haney has a certain fighting style. That's the style as a pure boxer. And it's also about the dance partner that's in there with him. I mean, when he was with Linares, it was a little bit more exciting because Linares took him out of Diaz. No, who rocked him?
Linares, yeah. I mean,
Linares.
I really actually enjoyed that fight because Devin showed he was a little more aggressive in most of the rounds because I think he was really trying to knock out Linares. But when Linares fired back in the 10th and clipped him and really hurt him, that's when like he probably realized, okay, I can't be doing this shit because my guy, you're not a puncher. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, he could have just easily cruised to a an easy. Well, he did win by UD, but he just could have made it easier for himself. He just focused on boxing. And not trying to just take it to him. I mean, because like I think he took everything to heart what everybody was saying about him, and it's like my God, like don't worry about that. You're doing your thing. You're getting wins. You're UDing people. You're not losing any rounds. It is what it is. You know what I mean?
Yep. I think he listened to the land of YouTube us a bit too much. Like, oh, you're boring.
I'll admit. I was critical of him myself. I mean, like in the Gamboa fight, I thought that was boring. It was an easy UD.
Yeah.
I mean, but it wasn't after until like when he beat JoJo, it's like I realized what he is. I realized what we're dealing with. Yeah.
That was the same with Floyd Mayweather when he became welterweight. He was more
he stopped
safety first.
Yeah.
They got mad about the Pacquiao fight, but it's just the style, you know.
That's boring,
it was a boring fight, but Pacquiao just didn't know how to bring the fight to him the way it's hard fighting those kind of fighters.
It really is. Like defensively sound fighters, it is.
Yeah, I never thought Floyd's style was boring at all when everybody was saying I've never found his style boring. I know there's like two fights had. One was a rematch, and I forget who it was with. It was so long.
Maidana, right?
Yeah, that was it. And the Pacquiao.
Yeah.
The only two boys.
I think the Pacquiao fight, we were disappointed because we thought the fight was going to be a lot more competitive than it was.
Build up.
Yeah, because it took them 5 years to build it up. When we got what we got, it wasn't what we wanted. You know what I mean? We were expecting something more. I mean, like, quite frankly, because they were supposed to fight 5 years prior in 2010. I mean, like, if the fight had happened then, we would have got a better fight if it had happened back then. And honestly, like, you know, I still would have favored Floyd to win that even back then. I mean, because it would have been more competitive, but I still favor Floyd to win. Honestly, we could have got maybe a second fight, a third fight. You know, I mean, they could have built it into like a modern day, like they could have built it in like Canelo Triple G, somewhat.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. Boy, we just Canelo Triple G seems to be building up a little bit, but then it's kind of flattened a bit. I don't know with that, but let's stick to Ryan. Right. So, Ryan, do you think he said that we're going to keep it transparent? So people can't say I'm ducking. Is this fight? I think he was on Twitter today saying, "Tank, come out, wherever you are."
Oh, God. Jesus.
And
I think Ryan's just clout chasing.
Just chill, bro. You know,
the only reason why I say that is because I gotta look at what I'm dealing with. You're dealing with Oscar. You're dealing with Floyd. When have those two made a fight together?
Are you moving something, sis? Because something's going. Are you moving something like it's going?
No.
Can you? Have you got your headphones in?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. It's going.
I was hearing a crickling. Is that the fan you mean?
Yeah. Something like wind blowing. It's going.
Yes, the fan.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's interfering. It's quite loud.
Oh boy.
It's that, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I can't be on here without no fan.
Your mic is cutting out a little bit too, by the way.
You can sit in front, but don't have the fan maybe blowing straight into, maybe at the side, or I don't know. Because now because I cut it off. It's an oscillating fan. The fan on. You need the fan on. Put it on.
It's okay. Yeah.
You can't die.
Yeah, I'll just do it back and forth. I'll put it on back and forth. Yeah. No, but what I'm saying is that when have Floyd? Yes, Floyd was on Golden Boy at one time, but they're not gonna. When do they do fights together? That's why I'm saying it just sounds like a clout chase, and then it would be a great fight, of course, because they both have huge fan bases and everything. But I know that's the fight he probably wants. But I'm saying Oscar's saying that it could be a co-production, but I'm looking at what one say and what the other one say. So I don't know. It's just crazy. So if that's how boxing they want to be now, this is why boxing is really becoming so obsolete, because they're saying now that that boxing, they're going to take boxing out of the Olympics in a few years. So yeah. So if this is what they want to do, they keep doing this. This boxing is going to be on the Chitlin circuit for real. They don't want to make the best fights because of these promoter wars. Look, we don't care about that. They got us fighting their wars. I don't care about none of that. But boxing did it to itself.
Wow. They want to take it out.
All of them old players need to go.
They ain't taking it out in the Olympics. We do too well in the Brits do too well in the Olympics.
I'm telling you, they're taking it out. They're taking it out of the Olympics, they said.
Oh no!
Yeah,
I'll see if I can find an article about it. Yeah,
we should try to find it. Yeah, and just shoot it our way.
Yeah, sad, man. But this is what they want to do. They don't want to, they don't want to make the best fights. They don't want to make the best fights. They want to argue, and it's embarrassing. Do you know how embarrassing it is watching these promoters go at each other on social media?
Their egos getting in the way.
So they they're setting the tone for the boxers.
Yeah, giving them carte blanche. The same
It's one thing if
if
the boxers is doing it, but now y'all doing it.
Mm-hmm.
I can't, but that's made me sad.
Hopefully they'll change their minds about like not allowing the boxers in the Olympics. Hopefully, just cross your fingers.
Yeah, hopefully.
Still a long ways away.
Hopefully. Yeah, hopefully. Yeah.
Oh, that's wild.
Sad, man.
Yeah, that's real sad.
By the way, Chad, what did you think of Ryan Garcia's performance in the Fortuna fight?
So that's what I was going to say. That's why I'm not sure where do I place him, because I mean, I did tweet days before and ages before, said, and even on I said, Fortuna's done. He's been done. He's done. And then, he comes into the ring. He looks big, but not a good big. I was like, he was all out of shape, and
that's what I was saying too. It's like he doesn't even look muscular anywhere. I mean, but I'll say this. Even though I give Ryan a lot of shtick, he has looked better in recent times than I've seen him before. I mean, like he did. I mean, like I like this jab. He is great. His jab was great. A good straight right hand. His left hooks were there. And Fortuna couldn't really do shit at all in the fight. He couldn't get close. Ryan had a good, good use of range control and distance, and and overall he's just and coupled with his punching power, is a good performance. But Fortuna, on the other hand, it's like I mean, even though like I kind of was hoping Fortuna would upset him, I knew that Ryan would win because Fortuna's a naturally smaller guy. He's a featherweight blown up. And that's why I think when he fights JoJo, same thing, smaller guy, featherweight blown up, and I think JoJo he'll get stopped if he fights Ryan. That's
why I can't give Ryan too much credit on that.
He's beating smaller guys.
I mean, a smaller guy, the guy's done. But I give you credit.
He's doing what Tank is doing.
Oh, people said, to go was, but I just like the fact that he couldn't catch to go. So that's why I was like, well,
that was funny. Yeah, that was funny. Yeah.
It's not really his real weight class either when you think about it.
To go's a smaller guy too as well. Yeah, that's true.
At least go survive. Whether you call it running or whatever, he survived. Fucking Fortuna got knocked down 3-4 times.
Yeah, at least I mean, to go came to survive. He didn't come to win. That's why. I think that's what happened. So
right.
I think he came to win. But then he realized he couldn't and just had to survive.
Yeah. I think when he felt Ryan's punches, it's like, okay, I can't be.
I can't win. Yeah, I'm just surviving this bitch. Yeah. Otherwise, I ain't out back to Africa on a stretcher.
Did y'all catch what Fortuna did when he first got dropped? He spit out his mouthpiece. Did y'all see? Y'all catch that? I'm like, I was like, that's when I knew, like, he knows what time it is. It's only a matter of time before he gets out. Ryan gets him out of here.
I was like, he's buying himself some time.
Yeah.
Then he's done. I was hoping that he absolutely drops Ryan just for within the fight to make it. I said Ryan's gonna win, and I thought it was gonna be by round 9 stoppage. But I was hoping it would be competitive to say that, and it just wasn't. I hoped maybe that Fortuna drops Ryan, and then we're like, Ryan Garcia got dropped. And then he gets up, and how the Luke Campbell thing, and then they rock on.
I mean, for one, Luke is a natural 135 pounder, so that's why as well. So naturally big guy. And I was on Julius's live. Shout out to him. I was saying I wasn't even gonna bother watching the fight, but he had a live, and I jumped on, and it's like the only reason I did is because he went on. Otherwise, I wasn't even gonna bother to watch it. I was gonna waste my time. Because I'm pretty sure Ryan's going to knock him out. There's no big deal. But that level of intrigue is like, all right, Fortuna's talking a good game. Let's see if he can cause the upset. But after that knockdown or how it went, it's like, shit, here we go. He's got no chance.
Yeah, I'm with it. Shouts out to Ring IQ. Yeah, I did catch a little bit of him calling the fight. And then I checked into Mao calling the fight. And then I was just watching. So I was just, clicking about. Yeah, but... I can't gauge it, unfortunately. Yes, did I see some improvement from the to-go fight? Yeah, he looked like he didn't gas out. But these things, mediocre things, can look exceptional when you're fighting a mediocre or below par fighter.
Opponent, yeah, correct. Yeah.
I've got to see him against someone that's a bit elite in their prime now, and then I'll be like, yeah, Ryan's back. Because Ryan has got mad fast hands, but he don't cut off the ring, mate. He chases.
Not well.
not well. He chases you, and that's what I still saw him doing. His chin's still in the air.
Yep.
If that someone that had any sense of them, they would have clocked that chin and dropped him. So
it's kind of like Luke did. That's why I like Luke. He took advantage of that in the second round. He did. He noticed that, and 'cause he fought like he was trying to time Ryan with something, and he caught him in the second, which is what I like. He's got to find a guy like that, someone with good timing. That's why, honestly, if he fights Tank, I think Tank will catch him. Tank has great timing and like counter. He's a good counter puncher. He'll catch him with a counter if he leaves his chin open like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Champ Ross in the building. What up, Champ Ross? He said, "What's up,
Champ
Ross in the building. What up,
Yo.
Champ? Stephen T. I'm not going to hate Ryan for talking. I think he loses to Tank and Haney, but would still like to see both. Now, the thing with him with Tank. Tank's little, you know, guys. Like,
he is small. He is.
If Tank gets in that inside, there's almost like Ryan Garcia, you may as well say he's 6 foot because he's 5'11" and probably still got a little more to grow. Tank looks like he stopped growing since he was 6. And he's 5'5". Tank's taller than me, you know.
Yeah.
5'5", and with someone that's 6 foot, I don't know now. I don't know if Tank just like Rolly was a big guy with power. And
how tall was Rolly? Was he 5'9" or?
Rolly's like 5'9". Yeah, no. Rolly's about Rolly looks it looks a lie. Rolly looks like he's about 5'7.5". He wears them big shoes.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, that's what makes him look taller. Yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah.
But they list him as at like 5'9", but I don't believe he is.
Probably 5'8" at best, I'd say. So
when I see the face off, I didn't see him that much bigger than Tank.
I think Tank was as tall as him, but taller. I'm like, what the hell are these dudes wearing? What is going on here?
They lie on the box rec. They do that to Canelo as well. Canelo's not no damn 5'9".
No, they're saying he's 5'8", but he's probably 5'7" at 5'7.5" at best. So,
5'7". Yeah, he's about 5'7". You can see it. He's tiny. He's tiny.
I don't know why they exaggerate boxers' height. I mean, what's the point of doing that? It's like, I mean, come on now. Who cares? You know what I mean?
I don't know. I have no clue why they do it. But they do. Maybe it's just like male ego or something like that. I don't know. Or put me that I look bigger, so you know opponents think you know that I'm more scarier than I actually am. I have no clue.
Yeah, that could be it. Yeah.
I don't know.
But far as a small person like Tank, he's used to fighting big people.
Yeah, he is. Because everyone
the Cruz fight,
pretty much Cruz fight.
Yeah, he's the those small guys like that. They know how to get in. They know how to bend and some of them
but Isaac Cruz
dip
is like
down.
5'4", I think.
Yeah, some of them dip down. They go in. Some of them bob weave or like a Mike Tyson. To Tank is like a little Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think Ryan's a bit too big for Tank. I think it's still like I would edge it.
I don't.
I would edge it 60-40.
That's not bad. That's good odds, I'd say.
Yeah, that's what I would give that fight. Now that I've seen Ryan's generous dimensions, him at 140, once he rehydrates, he looked like he was about 157.
Yeah.
I don't see him being able to.
Because honestly, like this, because you know, let's say like using their last fights as a measuring stick, the way what we saw Tank with Rolling, what we saw Ryan with Javier, I'd edge Ryan. Now, if I'm being honest, I'd edge him. I give him the edge.
No,
based on our last performances, maybe. So
say that again.
No, I was saying like based on like Ryan and Tank's last fights, I probably give Ryan the edge. Not by much though, but I probably give him the edge.
Yeah.
Based on like so.
Once Tank uppercut him, I
still think Tank will counter him. I still think Tank will find that counter though. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's this. He keep that chin. See, the thing is he keeps that chin up in the air, and then he doesn't protect the body. It's not like he's like you know how Earl Spence. He doesn't defend the body. He doesn't do the cross arm or the shell or whatever. He doesn't protect the body. Yeah, he doesn't protect the body. So you're talking about a body puncher as well as an uppercut puncher. So I mean, you know, it'll be an interesting style matchup, though.
It
They
will.
would definitely. Yeah, come on.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting style matchup. But
Yeah.
yeah, I just I can't.
Yeah, I'm gonna
If
give you
Tank,
money when you go.
Go ahead, Jen.
if
Sorry,
Tank,
guys.
if Tank gets in the
Bring me
inside,
two packs back, please.
he has to. He has to. Yeah, he has to get in the inside. And I don't think it's going to be that easy. I mean, I don't think it's going to be that easy. Ryan is
He's faster. Tank is way
Ryan
faster than Ryan
faster,
on
but
the feet.
Ryan's hands are faster. I
Ryan's
don't think
quick too, man. Like
Yeah.
I noticed, like, yeah.
think it's going to be an easy feat just to like knock someone out. That's doesn't. His chin's in the air, and with his chin being in the air, that means it's even taller than that. Like if his chin was lower, it's easier for Tank to get it. His chin in the air doesn't always necessarily mean that Tank can reach his chin, and that's the problem that I'm trying to imagine it, and
Because in the process
He
of
gonna
him
get
trying to
slept.
do that,
He gonna get slept and be laid out like a plank. Then
Is
again,
that-
I could be unless he got a chin, unless he got a real.
No, if Tank did connect to Ryan, Ryan would be down, no doubt. But I'm just can't see it as like it's like that's why I'm giving Tank 40%, which is more than others that I would give, you know. But I just
Right.
I can't just be like, yeah, Tank just gets in the inside, boom, knocks out Ryan Garcia. Like Ryan Garcia has respectable power. I see what Tank is with Rogan, someone with respectable power and no fucking fundamentals. Ryan ain't the person that doesn't have any fundamentals. Ryan ain't why Ryan, Ryan 230 amateur fights and only 50 and a 15 times amateur champ.
damn, I forgot how much amateur fight. That's a lot.
So they've got extensive. Both of them got extensive amateur careers. So I can't just be like, nah. I just think Tank's just gonna walk him down and knock him out. I can't see it. Ryan's massive. He's massive.
Well, he lost several rounds against Rolly Romero. So what
The
does that tell
person
you?
asked. The person asked, "How could I say?" The person asked, "How could I say Tank is faster?" What I meant was on his feet, he's faster, not him.
Lisa, you there?
Oh, you here?
She cut out.
You cut out, sis.
Oh
Lisa.
no, I
There you
meant foot speed. I meant like foot speed. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Not hand speed.
Yeah. I just think Ryan's too big and has power. I mean, if you would have said put Tank with Luke Campbell, I'd give Tank the win all day.
Oh yeah, I'd say that.
He's got power, needs to be respected, and even though he's got good boxing fundamentals, because Luke Campbell was from the Olympics as well, it didn't matter. He just didn't have it. Yeah, it just.
I mean, every time he kind of stepped up, he lost more or less.
Yeah. Every time he stepped up, he lost. Lomachenko,
Linares, Ivan Mendy, even though he avenged that loss, and that's pretty. And Ryan, so
and then so with Tank against him, with Tank against Ryan, someone they're both in their little old prime. Well, Ryan hasn't even got maybe all his man strength yet, and
that was grade 24. So
24 in a few days or next month or something. My opinion changed as I've seen what Rolly did to Tank.
I mean, because Tank lost several rounds against that guy. So what does that tell you?
He lost every round till the knockout. He lost maybe he won one round that I probably had. That
I think I had Rolly winning 4. I think just 4.
Rolly winning all the rest. Do you know what I mean? It's a knockout, and that says a lot. That says a lot. Rolly has no amateur pedigree, no fundamentals, great power, awkward, and put Tank on the back foot the whole damn time.
I mean, Tank fought like maybe it was a combination of like Rolly's power and Tank just looking for a counter. I mean, because that's how he fought the whole time. If he fought like he was just looking to land one big punch, eventually he got it because Rolly's an idiot. So,
do Rolly was gonna get knocked out in the end.
Oh yeah, come on now. I mean, seriously. I mean, I honestly like. Even though I picked Rolly to. Of course, I picked him. I picked Tank to knock him out, but once again, I wanted to because that just would have been so damn funny. Like he would have.
Listos pe los chingazos. Listos pe los chingazos.
You for Caleb. Yeah, so these Rolly and Caleb, they was the guys that were acting like the Listos pe los chingazos, but they wasn't ready. They got knocked the fuck out. But like I said, if Tank did beat Ryan and knocked him out, you know, I would laugh.
Payday. You want payday? I know that.
Yeah, so I would laugh. But I don't know. I want to see the fight. And I don't know if we're going to see the fight. Nate Ford in the building. Yo, long time, LadyChann. Enough love. MSN. Hope you good, B. Yep. The flu tried to end me. No, I'm all right. I'm good now. I had to bide my time. Make sure I was all right. You know, don't just try rush back too soon. And then you get kind of comfortable just, you know, being in the chats of people and like, oh yeah, I do have my own show, my own channel. Fuck, I forgot about that. I know already.
Crazy, the flu's going around in this heat wave, man. That's nuts. That's ironic.
I used to get the flu jab September, which keeps me fluless from September to September. And last year I was like, no, I don't need it, and I got it. So yeah, in September my ass will be
getting that jab. Yep,
it works for me. But yeah. So, you know, I was like, oh, not coming back yet. Make sure I'm better. Then the chest infection, you know, it's this thing. But yeah, I'm back and I'm in the building. So happy to see you, Nate. And who else have we got? It's Country. What up, Country? LadyChann, Rolly's jab gave Tank some issues until he moved up.
Country.
Yeah. Facts, country.
And
then he got marked out and he woke up in heaven.
Huh.
The fairies. For about 24 hours. I don't think he's probably even recollection of being knocked out. That's the scary thing once you get knocked out. You lose some memory, you know. So
Chad, Jules had me cracking up. They had us cracking up the other night. Why he said, y'all heard Broly calling out Earl Spence, right? He said Tank knocked him out so bad now he's a welterweight.
Yeah, Rolly is now calling out Errol Spence Jr. Errol Spence is like, you know, this guy is like basically like
not rap type.
Did
you see what he said about Bud?
No,
he said he was making fun of Bud yesterday. Well, it was released yesterday on Fight Hype. He said Bud doesn't sell no pay-per-views.
Oh,
he was making fun of him. Then he said Bud was ugly. Rolly's a troll, huh?
Oh, Rolly said that. I thought you were saying Errol Spence said that he's ugly.
No,
say everyone ugly.
Yeah, he's a troll. Yeah, he trolls.
He's an idiot. He thinks because he's a Cubano boy that he, for some reason, I don't care how cute you think you look. Once your mouth opens, you sound retarded.
He is a retard.
Out with Rolly Romero, even if you was the same age, I'd be like, boy, bye.
Dude, he's a man child. He's a man child.
Awful.
Yeah.
Oh no, that can't work.
How you gonna make fun of? How you gonna talk about? He don't sell pay-per-views either.
You don't sell
he was on up. He sold it with Tank, but I'm saying
how much?
It's not like
how well did that do?
I don't know, but you sitting up there talking to, and they don't probably pay Rolly no mind. Rolly just trolling, yeah.
Yeah, Rolly just being Rolly.
Rolly's the type of guy where, like, you know, he's bothering you. It's like you give him a candy and he goes away. You know what I mean? Like, just let me, you know, here you go. All right, bye. Yeah, go play with the kids.
With the other kids. Marlo, Ryan is too straight up, flat-footed, and it's like we say, light in the arse, meaning his foundation is not secured and firm, like, let's say, Danny Garcia. Oh, Danny Garcia please do not let's not bring him into the fold.
Oh God.
Yeah, but Danny never been put on his ass either.
That's true.
He hasn't. But I mean,
he flat-footed, but he stays firm. He got a granite chin.
Yeah, he does.
His chin's granite, but I mean, all right. He's not light in the ass. I get you, but I mean, I'd rather watch Ryan Garcia than Danny Garcia. The battle of the Garcias. No, because we're gonna have to see Danny Garcia at 54 in a bit, and it's just gonna be lackluster and rubbish there anyway. So unless he makes
kind of intrigued by that fight though.
Unless he makes some big statement at 54, I mean, I still rather watch Ryan Garcia. To be honest.
I prefer to watch Danny.
I think Danny's days are done.
Yeah, could be. Yeah,
Danny's days.
Can you pick him to win this fight against Benavidez at 54? Or
yeah, I think about it because the way I saw how Bud just demolished him, and people go, "But he had one leg." I'm gonna have to think because this is both a 54 debut, so one's coming up like 3 divisions. Jose's coming up 3 divisions. Danny's moving up 1.
Actually, Jose had a fight not that long ago where he got a draw. It was like his first fight since he lost it, but I think he was a middleweight in that fight. If I'm being honest, so I think he's coming down.
Yeah,
160.
Oh, middleweight? Did he go up to 160 then?
I think so. I gotta check. I think so. I think that might have been a middleweight belt because Jose's a big guy. He's a big guy. Yeah,
I know.
So
he was always a weight bully. I couldn't believe he was at 140. And then who's his brother?
David.
David, yeah, he's another bully. They're just big and stay at little weights, like, that's what they do. But I don't know who. I got to think. I got to think. I don't know where Danny's at. I haven't seen Danny fight since Errol Spence. That was years ago. Would I put Danny to beat Jose?
Well, Jose better knock him out. Otherwise, Danny's gonna win on points. That's what I think. So
Jose, Jose.
I ain't knocking Danny out. Danny ain't getting knocked out. He just ain't.
Danny's big, man. Like he said, I'll give him that. He's not chinny like that. So
yeah,
this is going the damn distance.
Yeah. His jab could. Jose is long. Jose's jab is going to cause Danny some problems. That I can see.
Yeah. I don't know who. To me, it might be a 50-50. 50-50. It may be a 50-50 one. We have hang on. We have a super chat. So let's get it going on. Let's get it on. Where are we? There we go. Influence crack me up. Roly Country, thank you for dropping that. Whatever done on the girl. Roly should fight Blair. God, that's a good fight for him. Imagine the press conference. One going, woo! And one going, tell me I'm not going to fuck out because he's ugly. I'm pretty. Yeah, could you imagine? That would be a fucking mess. I'd pay just to watch the press conference. That would be hilarious. I'm a bit under the weather. Caught food poisoning yesterday. Oh no, Country. Get well.
Oh man, feel better. Wow.
Oh damn, Country, my bad. Sorry to hear about that, man.
You've got to drink a lot of water and just to poop it out and pee out that nasty bug. I know. Food poisoning is awful. But
it's nothing they can give you for it.
No, you need electrolytes replaced, like what you said, like that. Coconut water, Gatorade, Lucozade, or those types of things to replenish some of your electrolytes and your glucose levels. So,
right.
Yeah. Damn, feel better, babe. Mwah. Oh,
especially in the summertime, you got to be careful with stuff like
that. Was me. So my magic wand to get you better.
Yeah.
Yeah, because with stuff being out in the heat or the heat, it
mayonnaise, that's the main one.
Yeah, I keep that in the fridge.
Yeah,
that has to
of course. Like if you got an outside event and it's the stuff with mayo, most people keep it in the refrigerator. You're right.
Yeah, you
They
have
don't put
to.
it outside.
If
You want that, you come inside the refrigerator and get it. Yeah.
Salute my queens, Lady Shann and Lisa. Salute my brother AJ and chat. TJ in the building.
TJ.
What up, though, TJ? Hi, King TJ, one of my favorite people. Hope you're good, King. We are back in the motherfucking building. Yep, get those likes up. Have you not got any likes up? Let me see what the likes are saying over there. No. 3 likes. Are you lot fucking around? 3 likes. Get the likes.
Really?
Wow.
I put to get the likes up when I came in, and then I shared it on Twitter.
Get them likes up now. I've got 3 likes. How dare you? You got Gatorade and broth. Yeah, sucks I miss work. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You get better. You get better. Don't worry. A little bit. Poco a poco, dia dia. Bit by bit, day by day. Trust me. A little bit. You'll be all right. Okay. So where do I want to go? Right. So we don't think that right. Does anybody think that Ryan's going to be able to fight Tank? Because do you think Leonard Ellaby and Floyd Money Mayweather is going to allow this to happen, or
No, not this year, and I don't think that not at all because unless they
the only.
I think you can go ahead, Lisa. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You was talking first, so go ahead.
I was just saying, I mean, definitely not this year. And I don't see it happening at all, to be honest, because we know the PBC's business practices. They like to keep shit in house. And I mean, so Tank is chasing the ghost. I mean, sorry, Ryan's chasing ghosts, really. Every time he calls out Tank and just makes a claim to fight him, it's like, bro, it's like you're not in that type of like phase of your career where you can just call out guys and get fights. I mean, honestly, I think he's just riding Tank's wave, if I'm being honest. So,
yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's what I think too. Yeah, I'll say the only way that fight would happen is if Oscar sends Ryan over to. That's the only way to PBC. I mean to HBO. I mean not HBO. Lord, Showtime. To Mayweather Promotions.
Yeah, it's not happening on no DAZN, no nothing. Yeah, because being with Golden Boy, they partner with DAZN, and DAZN's already came out and said, we would do the fight. Well, it doesn't matter if you do the fight; they're not coming to you, DAZN.
Right.
Don't you get?
I mean, I think
but their promoters are still running their mouths. You would think these promoters are still going back and forth with each other. I just don't get it. If y'all want to make these fights, they want to make the fights with other people, but they still yapping.
Bollocks. It's fucking bollocks.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's bollocks. It's bollocks. It is. They know that this fight ain't going to be happening. I don't know. Well, we could be shocked. You never know. Could we be shocked? Because Leonard Ellaby said it's a good that could happen, but is he just lying to us?
You know how Floyd and them is. Everything is I'm the A side. I'm just being a realist. I'm looking at it from what I've seen. I'm the A side. Tank's the A side. You want he gonna have to come over there. They're not gonna do a joint. I just don't see it, guys.
Yeah, Gredak said no chance. They only do in-house coach voice. We don't believe in making another promoter rich. That is very much true. That's true. Chan and Massive them. Late Show 42 in the building. What up, though? Make sure you put that second N. It's CHANN, not one N. Ben Adams in the building. Hey, Queen Lady Shan, my future wife, Queen Lisa Bales, AJ and Chat and TJ Fam. What up, Ben Adams in the building? Oh yeah, guys, if you guys want to call in, I should give you a number just in case. There are people that do like to call in. There you go. +447939530676. You can do it via WhatsApp. So add it on WhatsApp and then you can call if you're international and then it would be for free. Jenno, yeah, I don't think it's happening. Money talks, Paige says money talks. Yeah, that's true. Money talks. How many? Like Bold, where are you? Because Bold was like, he feels that that fight could garner 1 million PPV. I don't think so. Not a mil.
They got a casual fan base. It could, maybe, because they have the casual fan base. You know what I mean?
Well,
Not
but
the
Ryan,
diehard.
yeah, but Ryan's what does is Ryan's not on pay-per-view, is he? He's never done
No, not yet. Yeah, he's trying to get there.
And Tank's numbers are like on his own 260,000.
Yeah.
That's his top thing. How does that? Then that means we're assuming that Ryan brings, like some 700,000 fans, because we're pretty much solid in what Tank brings. All his PPVs are between the 180,000 up to 260 continuously. So I can't go that it does 1 million unless Ryan just all of a sudden brings out 800,000. Nah. I think the fight would do maybe about 700,000, maybe 1 million. No one's hardly touching Canelo don't even touch 1 million. Do you know what I mean? Canelo don't even touch 1 million, man. Yeah, AJ.
I'm here.
Yeah, Canelo don't even touch 1 million. AJ, I'm hearing echo. I can hear myself back. Did you cut off the window? Yeah, there you go. I don't know. Canelo don't do 1 million. Golden Boy is not going to sacrifice Ryan. Period. King of Kings Boxing says. I would pay to watch Rolly v Isaac Cruz.
Not bad, actually. Kind of like that.
Chan, look at your daughter with that curly hair. Is this what your daughter looks? Boxing beats and rhymes in the bill. Dizzy. My guy's in the build. Dizzy. Beats, I'm with you. You said nowhere near 1 mil. I'm with it. I can go 6,000, 7,000, 700,000. I can't with the numbers that I've seen. It doesn't make sense. If Tank was a guy that he brought 500,000-600,000 by himself, I could go I could see that. He doesn't even bring. He's never gone over 260. And I know it's about the dance partner, and Ryan's got 14-year-old girls that like to watch him, but not 1 million of them that are going to be like, oh, we're going to want to see him watch Tank. If he was already a low-key interim pay-per-view star, they would already put Ryan Garcia on PPV.
Ryan, he's never been on pay-per-view, right?
He's never. Because even though he's got 8 million Instagram followers, it doesn't transfer into boxing views.
Honestly, how many of those people would buy his fights?
Not 1 million. Not 1 million. Otherwise, if they had that trajectory, if they had that foresight, if they had those analytics that coming through, they would put Ryan out on pay-per-view. They would have put him out on PPV easily. We got Suwab boxing in the building. What up, Suwab?
Yo, how's everyone? Yo, AJ, Lisa, LadyChann, how you been? Long time.
Hey, Suwab. Hey, everybody in chat.
Where's my boy King Kenny?
No, Kenny, because it's not the normal day. Because I was coming back.
Oh yeah, okay. I was wondering about that myself too. I was going to ask you, Jan. Okay, cool.
You like structure? I see that.
My friend just dropped off 2 Ring magazine to me. That is hilarious.
Ooh,
yeah, that is hilarious, huh?
I need to subscribe to them. Their magazines are really expensive. They're like $12.
Yeah. Oh, you know which one is really expensive now? Rocking uh uh
Uh,
the one that's named after the group.
Rolling Stone.
Oh, Rolling Stone is expensive.
How is it? Damn.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Beats. I'm with you, Beats. I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you, mate. I can't see. Beats, are you still here? I wish you could jump on and say some bits and pieces. If you're still here, the link is pinned. If you're still here, Beats, come through line of mine. Woo. Sawab, what do you think about Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis? If they was to fight, first of all, do you think they are going to fight? And if they just say fantasy wise, if they did fight, do you see them doing 1 million PPVs? Sawab.
Yes. Sorry about that. I was just doing something. I didn't want you to hear all.
Oh, okay.
Right. Do I see that fight happening? First of all, before I want to start, it was a good performance by Ryan Garcia. It's nothing special. The way after when you know the speech, all the talk, it's a bit. It's like what have you achieved beating Fortuna? Like, okay, great. He's not your best. He's not your best. You're being better. I think. Who is that guy? He beat in England.
Campbell.
Yeah, Campbell. Yeah, you've been better. I think Campbell was much better than Fortuna. So I don't know why you're so excited to beat him, and the way you're so confident. I don't know. And then Devin Haney was in there. He didn't call him out. He was there in the stadium. He was right there. You could have pointed at him. Get in the ring. I'll face you next. But of course he doesn't. He ducked him twice. He faced Campbell to become the flipping mandatory. Didn't take it. And then he tried to fight Jojo Diaz for the mandatory. He didn't even fight him either.
Yeah, weird.
So why should I believe you that both you clowns, I think Davis and Tank Davis, and you fucking clown. What are you two gonna do? Even if you fight, what's it for? Like, what are you gonna achieve facing each other? You're not gonna become world champions or anything.
Because not according to both of them, Sawab, the belts don't matter all of anyway. So yeah.
Well, yeah, of course, but you can you call yourself a 3 times heavyweight world champion. I call him the transgender world champion. So a fake one.
Ow.
Oh my god. Damn. I see
Yeah,
that.
man. If that fight happens, which is not, I don't seem likely because the zone wants to be involved, but then Showtime doesn't want the zone involved as usual. So I don't see it happening really. The politics and all that bullshit, and I don't think Mayweather wants to risk Tank Davis losing for nothing really.
Yeah.
So
I mean, so what? You heard what Floyd said. Remember, I think last week he released a statement saying, "Oh, Devin and Shakur should fight each other. Don't worry about Tank." Oh, why would he say that? What?
I don't want him to get beat, so leave my boy alone. He's happy where he is.
Exactly. It's like, he wants the competition to check each other out instead of, worrying about my boy because, he wants to keep him in WITSEC, of course.
Bro, another thing I rate, even I think Tank, not Tank. What am I? I'm getting confused with the name. Well, Devin Haney should stop saying Tank's name. So even this, I rate what Shakur said. He goes, "Don't mention his name to me. Mention my name to him. I'm the fucking champion."
Yeah.
I mean, that's the energy I got. That I'm the fucking champion. Mention my name to him. He's a nobody. He doesn't want to fight me. Floyd himself said not to think that. Don't worry about it. You two should fight each other. Don't worry about Tank. But then the flipping, the spit bucket carrier, Leonard Alibi,
in the building.
You know what I mean? He's saying all roads lead to Tank. Where? It's a fucking dead end. That's where it leads.
The dead end one, Swab.
It's a fucking dead end. Where does it lead? Not to what?
Yeah, I saw that on
money.
Twitter. I died.
Bro, it doesn't lead you to money. It doesn't lead you to money. It doesn't lead you to belts. So where does it lead you to?
The dead end. The dead.
I don't.
Y'all want to?
Why are
Y'all want to
people
fall
saying?
for that con and scam? Be my guest.
I'm
Not
saying,
y'all.
why do people think? Sorry, Lisa. Why do people think Tank Davis is like a money maker, bro? He's not. They're barely. Rolly Romero barely made not even $500,000 with the thing.
500K.
Bro, exactly. Same thing. Pitbull Cruz barely made $1 million. Him himself is not getting a bigger purse than $1 million.
Tank's like 1 million, isn't it? 1.5 the most, isn't he?
So how is that money? Money, okay, money for the value of fights you're fighting.
You know what
sense.
Tank's net worth is? It's only 4 million.
Yeah, but it's a money fight.
That
Fucking
means
cucks like Bruce Wayne.
You've been fighting for this many years and your net worth is 4 million.
Yeah,
Wow.
and cucks like fucking Bruce Wayne saying that he's taking the money route. Leave him, let him do what money route, bro?
I like Bruce Wayne, but I just don't.
Bro, he's a dickhead, bro. He's a.
We won't train any content creators on the show.
I don't.
No.
I apologize.
Yeah. Bruce is our guy. Yeah.
I don't appreciate him for one reason. He's a hypocrite.
Yeah, he loves a lot, but cool. But I don't want to do a show where his name is meant. If you got a content creator you don't like, just say a specific. Just don't say their name because it's just,
no problem. That's fine. I'll call him the bum chum.
He's our guy, though.
I'll call him Mayweather bum chum.
Shouts out to Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, shout out to Bruce Wayne.
Bro,
I like Mayweather's my guy.
He doesn't. I was in the comments. I was not like I was being rude or anything. I asked him like these questions. He would reply to the dumb ones, but he wouldn't he would swerve those questions that I asked.
I heard you slagging him off. Why would he bother talk to you if all he's
I didn't slag him off. No, now I'm slagging him off because he didn't respond. Because the way he portrays himself, I'm a fanboy killer. I'm a this killer. Oh yeah. I asked you a simple question, but
are very small. You've been on this show and slagged him off before weeks and months ago.
That's beforehand. I used to watch him for time, Wilder and things.
Oh, and you called him names on my show. So why? How do you know he hasn't watched my show?
This is after. No. This is way before. I'm saying way before. And at that time, before I slagged him off or anything, I used to like him. I used to watch him. I used to be like, bro, I respect you. I got a couple questions. And then after that, I think the Crawford lawsuit, something happened. I was like, bro, I lost respect because Crawford did this. My opinion, my personal opinion. It was probably because you're a racist. So I asked him all of these questions. He didn't answer. He slayed those ones. He just ended up calling me a racist because I said my opinion on the subject. So I was like, okay, so this is what you're doing, and you're not answering questions, and then you just running your own gob and not answering, swerving the questions. But anyway, this is not to talk about him. Yeah. I mean, some content creators can be hypocrites, but
shouts out to Bruce Wayne yet again from me.
Please bring him on if you can.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any dialogue.
He's a ghost. He's an Al Heyman ghost. That's what he is. He's nowhere to be seen, Chad.
You know, he always says, "Oh, shouts out for the people that have got to me via Twitter." Where is it? What's his tweet?
He ain't got a Twitter. He ain't got a Twitter.
Find him, and I couldn't because I wanted to. We've got someone in the building coming through. Who's this? King of Kings, boxing in the building. What up, Doe?
Hey, how you doing today?
That's a nice voice. Who's this?
Oh, hey, what's going on? This King of Kings, you know what I'm saying? Well, people call my name's Edward, but you know.
Hi, Edward. This is the first time.
My name is Edward.
Yeah, this
I love Edward. How you doing?
Why in the building? Salute to you, babes. Go ahead. King of King, is this the first time you've been on this show?
Yes, ma'am. It definitely is.
Okay, no, it's welcome. Well, we're gonna have to welcome you.
Welcome.
Yeah,
I like seeing new faces or hearing new voices. You know, I got this is my crew, but you know, they're here, rain, sun, and fall, which I appreciate. It's always nice to hear, isn't it, crew? To hear some new voices.
Mm-hmm. Especially someone like who has a radio voice. Yeah, my brother.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, you should go to radio.
Yeah.
I've seen you somewhere, King of Boxing.
Probably in the Champ Ross.
Champ Ross? No, maybe on. Do you go on Blood Boxing's channel?
I did some time ago. Yeah, blood boxing. There's a few different
Coach
channels.
Malachi's, maybe.
No, I'm not sure. It might have been me. I follow a lot of boxing.
Yeah, I seen your name floating about before. That's all. Yeah, but do you have a channel, by the way?
Yeah, I do. It's King of King Boxing. You know, I do videos from time to time. You know, nothing too serious.
Okay, cool. We're gonna have to check it out, guys. Check it out. We got something to do. Fucking this shit. I feel special. Everybody came out today because let me just tell you, King of King Boxing. I had the flu. It was week 1. I was like, I'll be back next week. Week 2 came through. I was still sick. Week 3 came through. I was like, but this is the last week. Guess what? In the last week, it turned from me having the flu to borderline pneumonia. I had a really bad chest infection, and they were afraid that, with the antibiotic, they put me on 1.5 grams of antibiotics. And anybody knows about doses, you get 200 milligrams in one tablet. I was on 1.5 grams.
Oh, that's a lot.
It doesn't work, bitch. You got to go to the hospital. I always don't ever tell everybody in that's around me because I never like people to worry or panic. But that was what my doctors were saying. They were mad worried. And because I'm asthmatic as well, so yeah, it was crazy. But I made it, and I'm here, so we can rock out.
So we're surviving, fine. All right.
Let me stop being stupid. We've got Haplo in the building as well. Mi esposo numero uno. What up, Haplo?
What's up? What's up?
What's up?
Hey, Haplo.
Hey.
How you doing?
It's your biggest fan's birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday.
My son, my son loves Lisa because she curses me out on here.
How old is he now? 12?
He just turned 13.
We're gonna give you the super chat bugles. And again. Happy birthday to you. I wish I had happy
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
No,
happy birthday.
He asks about Lisa every day. He's like, how's Lisa doing? How's Lisa? He loves Lisa.
Yeah, he's such a sweetheart.
Oh. And I hope you're having a feliz cumpleaños también. I hope it's all good.
Sí, muy feliz.
So where you taking him? So where you taking him for dinner?
Oh, he's got a whole big party scheduled over the weekend with, the pool and, his little girlfriends are coming, they're all going to swim. Yeah, he's excited.
Nice.
Hap, we love it. We love it for you. So we are going to deep dive. Sorry, let me just rewind and get back to boxing.
Sure. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you didn't interrupt. Come on, man. Yes, your family. So King of King Boxing. Talk to me about what you want to talk to me about because you've come on the panel. Is this about Ryan Garcia? We haven't got to Deontay Wilder as yet. We will be moving on to him.
Yeah, I'll stay on subject with Ryan Garcia. I'm like somebody said earlier that maybe the win's cool and all, but Fortuna looked like he was just not. He didn't have no fighting spirit. So I mean, I guess I'm impressed. It's a knockout. It's at 140. Clearly, that's where he's going to be at. He's just too big to be back at 135. But him and Tank are. I thought it was just him, but it's Tank too. They're the kings of clout. They don't fight nobody. They talk about a big game. Tank showed that he doesn't want to fight nobody by going back to Mayweather. It's just there's no fighters at 135 over there. You said you want to fight Devin Haney. You know where he's at. You didn't go there. So you talk crap, called him the email champ. You'll fight him next, and now you're on to the next one.
But now he's undisputed.
Yeah, now he's the undisputed champion, the best fighter at 135, and now you're somehow trying to float up to 140 to fight Ryan Garcia, who you're not going to go to the zone to fight him. He's not going to come over there, so it's just nothing to do. I mean, it's talking a bunch of mess, and it's just They're not going to fight anybody as significant. Ryan Garcia is going to be against some dude. I don't know who's going to be next. And then Tank is going. They're going to build up somebody in the PBC system for him to fight. And that's it.
Yeah. So it doesn't look like we're going to really get that fight. Is it a bit clout chasery? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, definitely. Because like I said, they both call out
that.
names and then they don't. Yeah, I haven't seen any effort. I mean, I won't call it what it is. Now that a fighter comes into position, because let's say it how it is. If you're fighting at 140, the champion there is Josh Taylor. If you're fighting 135, the champion there is Devin Haney. He can't beat neither one of them.
Real champions.
Yeah, the real champions are there. So now the belts don't matter all of a sudden. Come on, man. Come on. I don't try to hustle me.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. That's what he's trying to do, because you can't get your ass down to 135 to even fight for a belt. So you've just finished Devin's good, sick fucking accolade that he's picked up. He's always going to be in the history books. So you want to diminish that, and you think by calling out Tank Davis. Do you know what he said, guys? He said that him fighting Tank Davis is good, and beating Tank Davis is going to get him basically the respect in the boxing world, and that basically just paraphrasing that the boxing world won't be able to say nothing to him, and he'll be able to call all the shots. Is he fucking guys? Fucking.
Can I just say?
Can I add a little bit to that just for a second? I want to say that, there's a lot of people out here, and I don't understand it, but there's a lot of people out here with this feeling that Tank is like some kind of juggernaut that's just gonna walk through people. This is like a little midget, dude. This guy's tiny. Like he's not gonna beat Haney. There's no way. And maybe he could beat Ryan Garcia, because Ryan Garcia keeps his head straight up and he'll hit him with something and Ryan will walk into something. But to me, Ryan versus Tank is a 50-50 fight. Neither of these guys have fought anybody. And I blame them for continuing to go on with their promoters, Oscar De La Hoya and Floyd Mayweather, who are protecting them and babying them as if they're
Hang on, you dropped out there, Hap. Jump back in, because I don't know where you went. It's like someone kicked out.
Did I cut off?
Yeah, you went. Yeah, you went.
Sorry. I got a phone call. But I'm just saying, there's an undisputed champion at 135. All roads lead to Haney right now. And if they want to build their legacies, they need to do it by fighting him. And if they can't do that, they should fight each other at the weight class, and the winner can get Haney. But, I mean, somebody needs to be the undisputed champ, and right now it's Haney, and he went over there and did what he needed to do. So I got to give him that respect. And these other two guys really haven't fought anybody, period. So that's all I got to say.
Can I just add to your point? Yeah, sorry, Lisa. I just want to add to his point. The same thing. How can Ryan Garcia say that, I'm going to be the number one at 140 or at 135 when Tank is not even the man in it? You're both hype jobs. You're both unproven. So if one of you beat each other, you're just better than Tank, or Tank is just better than you. It doesn't mean you can beat Devin Haney. It doesn't mean you can beat Shakur Stevenson. It doesn't mean you can beat Josh Taylor. It doesn't mean you can beat TF.
Oh, you've gone as well, mate. I don't know what's happening with you lot's Wi-Fi, but it's not the thing. You've gone as well, Swab. You dropped out.
And I hear what he was saying though. That was real.
Go ahead, Lisa. You wanted to chime in as well, didn't you?
I was just gonna say a few things. It's not gonna be long. We have to look at every.
Oh God, she dropped out. What's wrong? What's that? Is there?
What's going on? It's like
on ESPN.
No, you dropped out.
No,
you dropped out. You actually left out. You left off.
Oh God.
So
you see me? You hear me now?
Yeah, you got to start again. You have no picture up though. I don't know why it does that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Go ahead, sis.
Yeah, I'll replace the picture. Basically, what I want to say is, Stephen A. Smith said the other day that the fight that people want to see is Tank and Ryan, right? So we got the media, the mainstream media is saying this. So it's almost like people are diminishing Devin Haney's accomplishments. He's the undisputed champ. You got people saying all roads lead to Tank, right? But you got an undisputed champion here with all the hardware, and y'all don't see what's going on.
Yeah, but why are they doing it? Why are they trying to diminish Haney's? What's the reason?
I think it's because it could be because of his style, or it's just because it's the talking points. This is what the media is putting out here. This is what Ellaby is saying. This is what they're saying. So they're looking at it from a casual point of view. There's both now. Oscar is piggybacking off of what Ellaby and Floyd been saying. The belts don't matter.
Right.
I've never heard Oscar say that before.
So if they're all in unison saying that the belts don't matter, does that give a bit more credence that the fight may absolutely happen then? They're all singing the same tune.
I don't know. Here's the thing, I don't know. It's just I just think boxing as we knew it is not the same as we know it. But like there's no reason for the same thing is happening with Haney was when he had the WBC. Remember, nobody wanted to fight him then.
Yeah. Look at these types of that you're saying. This is look at these types of comments. Let's be honest. This is Errol Stevens. Let's be honest. Haney's route to undisputed was the weakest in history. Why?
Okay, all right. And where's Ryan Garcia and Think Tank then? Where are they? Why has Ryan Garcia ducked Devin Haney twice? He became mandatory twice, but didn't end up facing for the belt.
Well, I'm not gonna pay no attention to what that person said, because what that person is doing is trying to get a rise out of you. I'm not gonna change my stance. The roads lead to Devin Haney, not Tank.
Lisa, I was disappointed with who's that Hall of Famer who works with Golden Boy? He's also said that belts don't matter.
Bernard Hopkins.
Bernard Hopkins.
Because
he
listen,
was a great
guys,
champion.
don't look at them as boxers no more. They're promoters now.
They're businessmen solely.
They're businessmen.
Company men.
It's not. They're not a businessman. It's a businessman.
Yeah.
Let me chime in some real quick.
Yeah,
I mean, if you notice, it's precarious that the people that are talking about the belts don't matter are the places where there's no belts at. So you have to really think about that. Of course, they don't matter because nobody on your side, except for, of course, I got to say, well, no, Canelo's not a Golden Boy fighter no more. So, I mean, the people that keep saying that don't have any belts.
And they can't get them.
They got the transgender belts.
Yeah, this is just ridiculous. Yeah. I don't know why they're just trying to diminish the young bull, but they are doing it. And that's their agenda. And L. Stevens, you should feel ashamed of yourself. You can't say it's the weakest in history. So if it's the weakest in history, why didn't the others do it then?
Exactly.
Oh yes, I'm here, Malachi in the building. What up, Mal? Yep, I'm back. I'm alive. Yeah, I'm alive and kicking. Yeah, what's up, Mally Mal? Alive and kicking. Yeah. So okay, so we all are in unison that we don't think that the fight is going to happen. Mal doesn't think the fight is going to happen either. With Leonard Ellaby's not gonna let this happen. So fuck it. Maybe we should. I would just like to see how this pans out, because Ryan Garcia said he's going to be very transparent with how everything is going to be, shown. And That's what that I'm just waiting to see it like that. To be honest, that's what I want to see. If it looks like that Tank does super duck, I want to see how it plays out. That's all. We have Counterpunch Boxing News. What up, baby?
Hey.
Long time, Curty. Long time. Counterpunch to you, baby. Counterpunch to you. What's up, Kurt? Well, we talking about this Tank shit. I don't know how you feel about it, but do you think Tank and Ryan are going to fight? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think... Have I seen any of your commentary on it? I don't think that you think they're going to fight. I don't know. But we don't over here at all. Okay. So... we're going to move that off the agenda. Oh, yeah, just in case any of you guys missed it. The only reason I think that Ryan Garcia is so gung-ho of fighting Tank even more than he was previously is because Canelo came out and said that Tank Davis was his favorite fighter. So I think that that put a bee in Ryan's bonnet even more and thinks, right, I'm going to fuck up Canelo's favorite fighter and, and give him the two fingers up. So that's why I think that's why Ryan Garcia is such on the freight train. He's on the freight train trying to, get to Tank because there's no other reason. I mean, Ryan, if he's this star, he can literally make fights with everybody and the fight do well. I mean, why don't you did title eliminators for Devin? Why don't you fight Devin? Devin was at the fight. You didn't care. I haven't seen you say, well, I'll wait till Lomachenko comes from war somehow, some way. We'll get to that. All roads lead to Loma. I haven't seen you do that. I've not seen you do anything, to be honest, Ryan fucking Garcia, punk. Curty, you said the fighters don't want it. Do you think that, but they both don't want it, Kurt, and Gredax is in the building. Do you think they both don't want it, Kurt, or do you think that Tank doesn't want it? Or is it, I don't know. What is this? I know this is what I'm saying. We're in the punked out zone. Not even fucking Twilight. It's the punked out zone. We're all being punked. That's what I feel. I feel like we're all being made. It's turned into like he said no, they don't. He said they both don't want it. Well, they need to just stop. Well, I don't know. Has anybody seen Tank say anything about this? Them fighting. Anybody on the panel?
No, haven't seen it. Good evening.
No, I think he responded, I think.
Oh, thanks for joining me.
Yeah, I think he responded. I didn't even pay no attention to it because I don't even really be following that story like that.
I know.
Go
ahead,
sorry.
Grant.
I was just going to say both Ryan and Tank calling each other out after every fight and fighting bin men. That's what they're doing. Constantly. Ryan called out Tank the last few fights he had bin men as well. He was like fighting this taggy guy. Like, oh yeah, Tank next, Tank next. Now he's fighting for tune up. Now he's like, Tank next, Tank next. All he's going to be talking about is Tank, but he's not fighting anyone.
Yeah, it's lame. It's lame. It's lame. It's lame. It's lame. Yeah. I've moved on. Let's move on in life. What's next on the docket? Shall we see what's next? Because these guys are lame, and I think the Ryan Garcia thing's a bit played out. We've got nothing left, unless anybody's got anything lastly to say on this. Anybody on the panel? You want to move on? Are we good?
Yes, ma'am.
I am looking forward to them.
Yes, ma'am.
Any transparency though, I am looking forward to seeing like the emails in public or whatever. To see which one is ducking. Yeah, me too. Oh, it's silly. It's just, yeah, I know. It's fucking pantomime here. It's theatrical.
Okay, so next we are going to talk about Deontay Wilder, my favorite person in life. Okay, so Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder, there's lots of different things, moving components now that's come up. So Deontay Wilder. So as we saw, Derek Chisora called out Deontay Wilder. Then Shelley Finkel comes out and basically poo-poos all over that idea. Oh, Derek Chisora, he just got a split decision with Kubrat Pulev. We thinking that we want the winner of Joshua Usyk. The last I checked, he come off 2 back-to-back losses, mate. How does... I know you're number 1 in the We Be Corrupt sanctioning bodies, still being coming off 2 back-to-back losses. I don't know how that works, but really and truly, we ain't got no time for this shit. I feel like people just keep either just finding people's names to attach themselves onto to keep some form of relevancy. You're supposed to fight Robert Elenius that as a tune-up. Do that, but the reason why that may fall through is because what was it? Robert Elenius is now taking the WBA to court because Deontay Wilder on the WBC side can literally be a mandatory for the winner of Usyk AJ when Robert Elenius completed a title eliminator by beating Adam Kawanaki twice and becoming the WBA Mando for AJ or Usyk. So, yet again, arbitrations, mediations.
But Helenius got some like fake belt. He's got like the gold belt, which is like even faker than the regular belt.
Even faker than the regular, but
yeah,
he did
like how are you even getting this? Just strip him and be done with it.
He did a title eliminator to be in that.
What a joke!
You've got the tin foil belt. You've got the tin foil copper fucking WBA. But I mean, if it's a title eliminator and he won, then all of a sudden he's not getting. I don't know.
What about Dubois then? I thought he was supposed to be the mandatory.
He's the regular champ. He's supposed to be the mandatory. I don't know. Robert Elenius says he's taking them to the he's taking the WBA to court.
Yeah, get both the fake champs to fight, and then that guy can fight the real dude.
Do it like that. But why is it when there's these between Wilder and Fury, there's always legal shit somehow, some way? Now let's ask King of King Boxing. Where are you from in the world? I know America. Sorry, what state are you from, sir? King of Kings.
Are you trying to out him as a Wilder? Is that what's
happening? Reveal yourself. King of Kings? Are you there? Is he on mute? He may be. No, you're not muted. I can't hear you, though. You're not muted, King of Kings, but I cannot hear you at all. Muy interesante. Can't hear you. What's happened? Maybe jump out and come back in if you're having any technicality.
Alabama Slammer Internet.
No, he might. I don't know.
Accent. I apologize.
I don't know. I don't. Yeah, no, he's going to come back in. He must not. He must be having technicalities. So, what do you guys think about? For one, Shelley Finkel saying that basically turning his nose up that Derek Chisora absolutely beat Pulev with the split decision, and that makes it like low level. But what's the level that we've seen?
I mean, Chisora would be Wilder's best win, wouldn't he? So I don't know what
that would be. Actually,
facts.
Big facts. That would be. That would be. That indeed would be. So why is he? Do you think it's a thing to deviate to kind of deflect that they don't want to fight Derek Chisora because it could be high risk, low reward, or Derek Chisora, is he a tune-up? Who's more of a tune-up, Elenius or Chisora? I think Elenius.
Elenius.
Yeah.
Can I just say? Can I just say what it is and what's the main reason? Is the PBC, pure boxing cancer. That's all it is. So if you're not with the PBC, you're not part of the cancer. So you have to be part of the cancer. That's how you fuck up boxing forever.
Yeah. Very cancerous to the sport.
Hey, I just want to say something real quick. I think Chisora is more of a tune-up.
Oh, Bold! Shame, I forgot, Bold, that you was on. Bold, yeah, come on, go through. Sorry, Bold. was like, who's that now?
I think honestly between Helenius and Chisora, I think Chisora is more of a tune-up than Helenius. At least Helenius actually turned his career around, you know, and he got the height and the power. You know, his height alone will give Deontay Wilder problems.
Yeah, because he's big. The Nordic Nightmare is a big geezer. He is a big geezer. I wish King of Boxing came back on so we could hear what I wanted, because he hasn't been here. I wanted to hear.
You know, Chan, you know how funny it is now how everybody's rating Helenius now that he has beaten that fat, big baby Polish one. Yeah, he's the Polish big baby Miller. That's what he is. When Dillian White beat him, there was no credit. Oh, he's washed up. Who is he? But now look at him. Everybody's gassing him up, man, isn't it?
Yeah, Helenius sent nobody. He'd been beaten by some guy I've never even heard of. So I don't know, man. Joanne Dupas? Yeah, I don't think so, man.
Joanne Dupas.
Yeah, at least Chisora getting killed by people who are decent.
Yeah. Come on. I think Helenius is let me see. What, like this?
He lost to Gerald Washington.
I can turn them. I can turn them all different colours. See, they're red now. Rolling like behind me. They're red. Red. You are now in the red zone. Go ahead.
Say you put Helenius and Del Boy together. Who wins?
Del
I
Boy.
got Del Boy.
Del Boy
by knockout.
Would just bombard. But Robert Helenius, the thing is with him, right? He's got power, but he's slow. Up though. He's slow. Derek is slow though. So it'd be the battle of the two slow-mos. I tell you that. I think the haymakers that Derek throws. Sis, Robert Helenius and Derek Chisora. Who wins?
It's tough, man. It's tough to call.
I don't know. I may say Helenius.
Because he's got a good jab that can just... Yeah, I don't know.
It's like choosing McDonald's fries
How old is
and
Helenius?
Five Guys fries. Which one is better?
Yeah, I know it's right.
Helenius is 38.
Oh, he's the same age.
Oh,
So it would be a 50-50 one.
Yeah.
And he's already been sparked out by some 40-year-old. So I don't know, man. Helenius going out.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Another thing, Chisora hasn't been chinned, since Dillian White?
Yeah, a long time
A long time ago.
Yeah.
And he's been hit heavy times by Pulev, by, even by flipping, who's that, Joseph Parker. I mean, and he didn't go down. So, ratings, I think his chin's coming back.
Yeah, I would like him to fight Wilder. If he wants to fight Wilder, like people's like, oh, he should retire. Well, he doesn't want to, and we can't force him, man. He said he's got a couple left. We just have to, he's never taken easy fights. So why has he got to do that now? So
I want to see him fight Wilder. That'd be a great fight.
That'd be a good fight. There's a couple more fights. Derek Chisora's fought a lot of people. His resume is way better than Tyson Fury's, way better than Deontay Wilder's. Way better than
may not have won,
the best one.
Better than Andy.
May not have won.
All of theirs.
Yeah, name-wise, Chisora has the best resume in
heavyweight.
Yeah,
name-wise, who he's faced, who he's faced.
Where's Klitschko? The older Klitschko.
Yeah,
he's been with David Hay. He's been with Dillian White. He's been in there with the Tyson Fury twice.
He's
been in there some fights. Pulev twice.
Alexander Usyk, Pulev twice. His resume's stacked. You're fucking crazy. Derek Chisora's resume shits on all of these lots top heavyweights resumes.
That's why I love Del Boy. He's like, boy, that no matter, that's what you call heart. You just have to keep going. What's a loss? Look, people are still in there at the O2, like supporting them. Imagine he goes in there with a bigger name. He's selling out the O2. If he goes in there with Wilder,
You
Derek goes in there and he gives it his all. I like pay to watch Derek. He's decent. Like I know what I'm getting with Derek. He ain't gonna fuck around. He's gonna go in there and he's gonna give it his all, and I want that. So.
And he just moves forward, and then that's what he does. That sounds nice, Arlette. Yeah, I did Cajun chicken, diced up chicken with pasta, pen pasta, spinach and garlic, and yeah. So we both on the Cajun theme. That was mine. I've only got a little bit left. I cooked that day before, maybe yesterday, I think. So I think mine's finished now. I had a bit today. Onto something tomorrow. I don't know. I'm hungry now. That's made me all the way hungry, Arlette. Yeah. Salute to you back. Well, Wilder is a tune-up for Chisora. Wilder is a tune-up for Chisora. I was trying to put that into context. Wilder is a tune-up for Chisora. No, I think that if Wilder and Chisora fought, I would have to say Wilder beats Chisora. If he lands the right. Derek, because Derek, as big as he is, he does go down.
Mm-hmm.
He can go down. He can go down. But if he just pressures Wilder and makes Wilder just always live on the back foot, he isn't able to launch on the back foot, the right hand. So therefore,
you know what? I gotta give it to Derek Chisora. I don't know. I got a feeling it's a 50-55 for me I'm swinging Derek Chisora's way. I don't know, because after that Tyson Fury fights, how much has it taken out? I think Deontay Wilder, and him coming in to the same exact style that he got fucked up with twice, literally like a similar style. Pressure. And I mean, well, if Derek Chisora maybe takes 1-2 like big right hands, I think that's gonna put Deontay Wilder off. And then you just have to go keep hammering him in the body. And I mean, he's a slim guy. I don't think he can hack Derek Chisora's fucking bullish power.
No. Yeah, and Derek just coming full. It's mad. Yeah, that's
He's
a mad
bull. Literally a bull.
Like a wrecking ball. It just keeps coming and yeah, I know. It's a mad one. Guys, if anybody wants to call in, it's +44 7939 676. May have to get a US thingy because you guys think we can't call over there. Yeah, you just add it to WhatsApp and call via there. It's easy. It works. It's free like that. But yeah, I don't know. Well, we're not. We have to wait for maybe Wilder's now supposedly might be postponed for this October return with Robert Elenius, which is a shame because I do want to see it.
It's a shame for the PBC. What fights are they putting on? What fights have they had? Flipping the small Charlo, the younger brother of the Road Charlo, he cancelled his fight.
Yeah.
When is the Ortiz and Ruiz fight happening? When is that happening? What, once a year? And I'm disappointed
What's happening
with the
in
Road
September?
Charlo.
No, that's next month, right? Ortiz and the presser was today, I think.
Yeah, the next month.
Promotion. I haven't heard of it.
Yeah, it's been out.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, they had a presser today. Ortiz and Ruiz.
Lisa, all I gotta say, if I haven't heard of the fight, and me, I think I'm in there with all the boxing news and stuff. I have to try, listen to everything.
Maybe you're not sub to those channels that
Yeah, Julius has spoken about it. Everyone has, Swab. We've all spoken about it.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah. Presser was today. Andy Ruiz been all over talking about it. I've seen him more than Ortiz.
I've seen Ortiz talking about it, but I mean, he's saying like boxing channels. He said he's been in all the boxing channels.
Even on Twitter, I haven't heard of it. I probably missed it. I don't know. Maybe saw it, but didn't pay attention. I don't know.
Yeah, Julius covered it. We covered it like once it was ordered when Andy Ruiz tried to.
Yeah, no, I heard about that. I heard that bit, but like I don't know when like the fight is, when it's happening, where is it happening?
Yeah,
next month.
Yeah,
that's the. I've heard. I knew the fight was happening, but when and where? That's.
Yeah, it's been. Yeah,
I'm not sure where it's happening.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that the presser was today, though. That's one thing I didn't know the presser was today. So I'm gonna have to check that out. I bet that was the most boring presser in the world. But they're both Spanish, so it could run. Was they speaking Spanish, Lise?
Oh, I didn't see it. I just saw it. Channel was showing it. I didn't see it though.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Because they both can speak Spanish. Because I know Luis Ortiz doesn't speak English, and Andy Ruiz is fluent in Spanish. So I guess they could have still. But it would have still been boring because Andy Ruiz is a snooze fest. So I'm gonna watch it and have a listen and have a watch of that to see what's up. Also, okay, so we are going to speak about.
Chan, can I just ask you one question just before, as we're talking of PBC? What happened to flipping AB Adrian Broner? He was talking all that nonsense again in the press conference. I'm sorry. There's a lot going on. I apologize. What happens? The same thing with Tang. He's talking bullshit after they're coming back and retracting and apologizing like little bitches. What's happening? What does Al Heyman have over them?
I don't know. It's just like some kind of weird, like spookiness going on over there at PBC Island. That's a part of the week of what's happened in boxing, and I think I don't know. AB thought that basically that presser was. I mean that first presser was. He thought that because it was on Zoom that they was taking the piss out of him, and he was like, fuck y'all. But he didn't realize that that's how Brian Custer does it because it explained because of the pandemic. So and then he's said all of that, and like you said, and he then comes back, and he's just like he's got his tail between his legs, man.
Yeah, Al asked him if he wanted to go join Frank Warren's Queenberry, and then soon enough he was apologizing. He was bigging up Al. Like,
yeah, man, he needs his medication. His meds are not in the building because I don't know what's going on with AB. I don't think we'll ever see the normal AB back again.
AB did that. AB was doing that shit on purpose. AB does that every time before a fight happens. And just to, I mean, he might be mad, but he also be promoting too.
Yeah, he's good character to promote stuff because he's always on some bullshit. But I mean, okay, so he's fighting
Omar Figueroa.
Yeah, Omar, Brandon Figueroa's brother. What says you guys with this? Like, let's start with Bold. Give us your rundown. How do you think this is going to pan out?
I don't know, to be honest. I mean, is AB still gonna let his hands go? It might be a close fight, and somehow they probably say AB will win the fight, But other than that, I'm honestly not even interested in the actual fight, but I am interested in the actual build-up because I know AB just gonna keep talking shit. So,
is it on pay-per-view?
Is this
on the PBC? It probably is.
Please, anybody from you guys can double check that. Is this on? Is this going to be in PPV? Can't be, can it? Or will it?
Which fight? I'm sorry.
Adrian Broner could have made so much money if he went to Eddie Hearn and he had that fight with the thing, Conor Ben at 147. Easy for you to make 147. You're a fat balloon anyways. You walk around at 180 probably.
So what does it? Is it with this fight with Figueroa? Is he coming in at what is he 140 in this? Was he
140? I think the fight is going to happen at 140.
So Lisa, is this on PPV?
Not to my knowledge, no.
No. So that means we'll all.
Then again, let me check. I'm not sure. I don't think so.
I don't think it's on PPV either, because you know what? They're in 7,000 seated capacity. Yeah,
it's a small venue. Yeah.
I don't think
they put Charles Martin and Luis Ortiz on pay-per-view, and that was at a small venue.
True.
So
that was Fox though. That wasn't Showtime.
That wasn't Showtime. True. That was Fox.
The poster doesn't say pay-per-view, and it usually would if it was.
It's not PP. I would have heard it somewhere reverberating. That is PPV.
Well done to Showtime for still being, after all that bullshit they're going through, for still being in boxing. You gotta rate it. The way they're dragging along the dead body. What?
They're sticking at it, aren't they? I thought that they had no schedule. They don't really. What's their schedule like? Because at 1 minute there was nothing going on for them. They just coming back then. Has there been some kind of change up in their infrastructure, or I don't know? What is it?
I don't know.
If any
I haven't
young
seen
guns
like a schedule.
decides to go to the PBC, they're fucking fools. They'll ruin their whole career.
Why you say that?
Why do I say that? They fight once a year. How many times a prospect is meant to fight? A minimum of six times a year. A prospect I'm talking about. Where are the shows of the PBC that they can fight on? What shows do they have to put them on?
A lot of the prospects
once a year.
The prospects fight on what do you call it again?
Showbox.
Showbox. That's where they fight at. They fight more often, yeah.
And who sees
or
Showbox?
They'll fight.
Well, at least here in the UK, we got the next gen cards. We got even the Zone putting on a couple cards. Even Frank Warren here putting on some thing here in the couple box. So you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, we have Showbox here.
Yeah, you guys, they have Showbox there, yeah.
And then some of them will fight on the prelims of like some of the bigger fights, you know.
Yeah, the prelims, you can actually catch that on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's on YouTube. That comes on YouTube first, and then I don't know. So this isn't PPV. We can just safely say that, basically.
Yeah.
So we just have to watch it, and maybe Al Heyman may allow us to watch it for free here, or it may be $8.99 Swab on and Gredax on Fight TV.
I think I watched the whole Undisputed fight. You know, Jamal Charlo's Undisputed fight for free on YouTube. So am I gonna pay $9.99 at 5 o'clock in the morning to watch Adrian Broner?
I know.
I'm not gonna do that.
Gone are the days where I was up for all of that, and I've stopped even myself doing all of that as well.
The last fight I paid for was Errol Spence fight, and that was the worst decision of my life.
With Ugas.
With Ugas, it's a point for yeah.
I thought it was a pretty good fight.
Yeah, I stayed up for that.
You know what? That whole card was pretty good, though. I will say that.
Yeah, I stayed up for that. Or went.
Card was good. The main event was bullshit. You know what I mean? You guys just came there to lay down. That's what I see as.
Did he like rock Spence in one round? What are you on about?
Yep, and he let him go. He landed one hand on him and let him go.
Yeah, he didn't move
Bro,
off the mark.
He was literally a fucking shell. And he would get in the middle, he just turn into a shell and just stay there. Did you see him throw any jabs, any right hands, anything after that when you know my man's hurt and you're just there waiting for him to come out again?
Yeah, I know. That was weird. I said that. I don't understand.
So you're telling me you watched that fight and you don't find anything weird about that fight? You need to check your eyes.
I ain't gonna lie. At first, when I saw it, I was like, "Yo, this dude took a dive."
Thank you. It was fishy.
Go ahead.
I don't know what it was. I don't know what it was with that fight, but it was fishy. I'm watching it like, bro, I can clearly see. Bro, okay, you're gonna call me a fucking coach. It's not even that. You can clearly see he gets into the middle of the ring. Fucking turn into a fucking shell like a dog. He just put his hand into his face, and that's it. And just stand there and become a punching bag for Errol Spence. You landed one hand on him, one hand, good one. You hurt him. His gum shield's on the floor, and you're there, just standing there next to the ref when the ref didn't even say stop.
I know, with the gum shield, and he just, I don't know, it was weird. He just
after the gum shield came in, you know he was rocked. You're just standing there doing nothing. Jump on him, bro. What happened?
On him, yeah, I know.
You need to be his coach, man. You should tell him, send him a message, be like, look, I know what.
No, bro, it's common sense. He's a fucking boxer. He's been fighting for 10, 15 years. What am I, who have been watching fight for 1, 2, or 5 years? What am I going to do?
Well, he didn't win. I mean, you know. He just, I don't know what happened.
Maybe he was worried that now Spence is hurt. He's going to hit him with a big counter. You don't know what he's thinking. Maybe he was tired.
I think his face broke. Played a big part of it as well. His face broke and then he was done.
He paid for it, whatever it was, yeah.
Yeah.
What round did he get hurt? When did he get hurt? What after he landed on? I don't know. Well, I might be speculating, but that
No,
fight I think it is rigged to me. It's fishy.
he underperformed for sure. He underperformed. He did such a good performance against Manny Pacquiao, and he was more dynamic. I don't know for some reason with this.
Spencer's a different kind of beast, though.
No, is that Al Heyman flavor in there?
Spence isn't 42 years old.
43.
He a different type of beast. You talking about
and Spence hasn't been out the ring for 2 years.
Body puncher, a relentless, just pressure with a good jab.
Yeah, he just weren't ready, mate.
Yeah.
Swap here thinking it was the trainer.
Maybe he was ready there, I think, with the money in his pocket, and Al Heyman threatened him there with fucking children on gunpoint. Like, land another punch on Aaron Spence, I'll blow his fucking head off.
I never know what happens with it behind the scenes with their crew, man. Because I don't put nothing past anybody, and it's just like, but it didn't happen, and at least we get. I'm not even talking about that fight that we may not get. Spence and fucking thingy. Yeah, Arlette.
The fight that's bigger than Anthony Joshua and Usyk? That fight.
Oh yeah, who? No. No, they said that Spence and wasn't it Eddie Hearn saying that Triple G and thingy's bigger than Spence and thingy?
Oh, to be fair, I think Triple G Canelo is bigger than Spence Crawford.
No, it's not.
It's
I think
bigger.
you'll have more buyers.
Only financially.
Maybe financially.
Yeah, financially.
But it's not what the fans want. The fans want Spence and Crawford.
We've seen Triple G and Canelo twice.
Yeah, indeed.
Lisa, I want Muhammad Ali and Fraser to come out the graves and to fight for one more time, but it's not going to happen. So if a fight that doesn't exist at the moment or doesn't even look to exist,
but we're talking about what the fans want.
That's what I said to you. Fans want Muhammad Ali and Fraser to come out their graves to fight for the fourth time.
No, we don't.
The fans
giving
want
an analogy.
Spence and Crawford. That's what they want.
Listen, I would love to have that fight, but if you're telling me that fight is bigger than Anthony Joshua and Usyk and bigger than Triple G and Canelo,
I didn't say financially. I said it's a bigger fight.
Any other way.
It's a bigger historic. I think, far as legacy wise, I think it's going to be a little bit bigger because you're talking about we haven't had a undisputed welterweight in a long time. Not only that, this is like 2 pound for pound guys going at it. So
this fight's massive. What are you talking about?
Plus, this fight is overdue. It's overdue.
I'm waiting for the fight. I've been waiting for that fight for a long time, and I hope I get that
fight. We all have, Sawab.
Yeah. So it doesn't mean that
you're not unique. We all have.
No, but we're talking about bigger in which sense? That all of boxing casual fans wants to, not even casual. What the main boxing pure boxing fans, they want to see it, and yes, they want to see it. But when it comes to casuals, no.
No, we're not talking about casuals. We're talking about boxing.
You're just talking about us. Yeah, of course. All right, it's a big fight for us, boxers. Yeah,
It's a bigger fight than Canelo and fucking Triple G3. As we've seen that twice. We want to see Spence and Crawford. If you're not a real boxing fan, you won't want to see that. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not really interested in the Triple G Canelo third fight. To be honest with you,
I'm gonna watch it, but I'm not.
I'll watch it.
I'm not interested. Like, I needed to see this a third time. No, I want to see Crawford and Spence.
But it's not our fault if Canelo wants to fight and Spence or Bud don't want to fight. That's the only fight. It's not one or the other. Like, we don't have a choice. Like, these two want to fight. Spence and Bud don't want to fight. So
exactly. We boxing fans really wanted Anthony Joshua and Wilder fight. Did we get it? We want Anthony Joshua and Fury fight. Did we get it?
No.
So how can you say something's bigger that doesn't exist at the moment?
You're not listening to what we said.
I understand what you're saying.
I said that this is what the fans want. I didn't say far as fiscally, financially.
But he's saying, Joshua Fury, we wanted that, we didn't get it. So why are we fighting it? To me, I don't care. Spence Crawford is a bigger fight to me. That's the fight that I want to see. I don't know, mate. You guys tell me in the chat who wants to see. Who do you guys want to? What wants to see more? You guys tell me. Let me just. I wonder if shall I just shoot over? I'm gonna put it on my community.
A poll.
Chan, it's gonna be 100% yes. I'll tell you the result. It's gonna be 100% yes. They want to see, if they're proper boxing fans, they're gonna say they want to see that fight. But just because we want it doesn't mean we're gonna get it.
We didn't say about. We said what fight we want. We didn't say what fight we're getting.
Oh, okay, makes sense.
Yeah, they were fights. So I'm gonna put it on the thingamajig. Go ahead.
You know, if it comes to that sense, there's so many fights that we want to see right now to happen. Beterbiev and Bivol fight, we're not getting it.
That's due to the politics of boxing.
MJ and Fulton, we want to see the undisputed fight. Not gonna get it. You know what I mean?
How do you know that?
It's more likely that fight will probably happen.
Wait, who is
Lisa,
MJ with?
Because he's with the Matchroom, and who's Fulton with? BBC.
Look, I'm not. Look, I'm not. Look, Sabab, I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing about these promoters' networks. That's not what we're doing. We trying to be positive. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care about who you fight with and all of that. I'm past that.
Lisa, this is why I call the PBC a cancer to boxing, because they're putting so much bullshit in my head. You know what I mean? Since that they have not let so many fights that happen. So why should I always be there to put my hope on the line and always for it to be broken? You know what I mean? I've wanted that Deontay Wilder Anthony Joshua fight to happen so bad. 3-4 times. Yes, it's happening. Right. Then it happened. Then I think the same thing with Joshua and Fury.
Who's the other name that we said? Canelo, Triple G, Spence Crawford. What was the other fight that he Suarez mentioned? That we
Joshua and Usyk?
MJ and Fulton.
No.
Fulton. MJ and Fulton.
I hope
it said something else. It was
Beterbiev and Bivol.
AJ or Fury
Beterbiev and Bivol.
Yeah, that's the one. Beterbiev and Bivol. Thanks.
I mean, which fight is more likely to happen because of politics? I don't think any of them. Could the fight Beterbiev and Bivol fight could have easily happened next? What did Bob Arum end up doing? Fucking sending him to the UK to fight Yard. Who wants to see that fight?
Yard's family want to see that fight.
Great. With 10 people, hire out a whole stadium. O2 Arena, you can just see 10 people sitting at the front and Frank Warren.
Well, we want to see, and what is happening is two different things. I understand everything you're saying, but George is not going to take step aside money. He's going to get his opportunity to fight Beterbiev, so that's just how it's going down.
You know, Lisa, then again, it comes to what? Unification trumps mandatory, doesn't it?
Only in the IBF.
Yes, but do y'all know, I sometimes I accept things, don't mean I have to like it, but I have to accept it.
Yeah, true. That's what I've done. I
can't go on and on about stuff, and nothing's going to change, you know?
I mean, this is why I say it doesn't happen in football here. You see Manchester United versus Man City. Same thing with cricket. You see England versus India versus Pakistan every year. And every different thing. So why do I have to keep begging when it comes to boxing? It doesn't happen with any other sport. It doesn't happen with tennis. You don't see with number one ducking number two. They come in the thing. You know what I mean? They go into the tournaments, and this is the main reason why I think boxing will never die. But it has come to that stage now. Well, what's the best pay-per-view numbers that Canelo has pulled recently? 600, 800 buys. From 66 million people in the UK and 300 million in the US. What's the percentage of that? Not even 0.01%.
A lot of people do piracy now. That's a big thing. They have fire sticks. they get. This is what's going on.
That's what they're saying, isn't it? As a reason why they can't make Bud Spence, isn't it? They're like, well, everyone's going to stream it, so we've got the money.
But when I'm gonna tell you something, when Maypac happened, they put a cap on that. People couldn't like illegally do that one. They put a cap on that one. You could do that. You could have it. I don't know how you can do it, but you could set it up where that kind of is very hard to do. Because I know some people that's musicians that when I was listening to CDs, you could not burn their CDs. CHANN, am I correct?
Yeah, and even certain tapes and stuff. You couldn't burn their CDs.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So with Maypac, they wasn't having that. People had to pay for that. I remember when that happened.
Yep. Yeah, that's right.
I think we all want Spence Crawford, but a lot of us are just tired and pissed off, and we're just like, well, I think we're moving on. Do you see what I mean? Because we're begging, and we heard so many excuses, and Bob Arum was in the way of it for ages. But it's been a year since he's left, and we still got nothing. So it's just like, oh, come on, man, what's going on? We all,
we all have our opinions in that as well. Bob Arum was in the way. PBC didn't want to let it happen. We all have our reasons. We all believe in something. Why do people believe that Anthony Joshua didn't want the fight? We believe that Finn Wilder didn't want the fight. Fury fanboys saying that Fury offered him 6 times to fight. When? I mean, we want to see the fights, and you're just putting people off.
Guys, you know that the link is pinned in the fucking chat. I put it out because you guys, for some reason, go, where's the link? King of King Boxing in the building. What up? You're back. Right.
Hey,
right.
Oh,
What,
shit.
you disappeared. What state are you from in the US?
I'm in Georgia.
Atlanta, Georgia. Okie dokes. So, is it safe to assume that one of your favorite fighters is Deontay the Bronze Bomber Wilder?
Yes, it is. Of course. I'm originally from Alabama. I actually grew up near where he lives at.
Sweet home Alabama.
You did say Alabama.
Okay. Gotcha.
No. We like everybody across the board here. Like, not everybody has to rock with the same fighter, because otherwise it would be a boring ass panel and a boring ass show.
Bomb Squad.
Bomb Squad.
Yeah, true bomb.
Do you refer to him as your king?
No, I don't get into all that. I admire him as a boxer and stuff.
Yeah, not anymore.
If y'all keep it boxing, all the little antics and the in between. Like I like to look at boxing, objectively, and not get all emotionally attached to people. He is from my area, from my home, my home state and everything. So
Arlette said, I can't stand chaos. Right. I want to ask you this, King of King Boxing. Because you missed out the topic, because we started the Wilder bit, but we said that Wilder seems to be in some that Wilder coming off 2 back-to-back losses. Is it really? Let's see who we got.
Bill Collector.
What's your name? Where you calling from?
Yo, what's going on? This is Coach Malachi Williams, calling from the United States of America.
I knew it was you, Mal. What up, though, Mal? Talk to me.
160 is my weight division. I want to unify. I want to fight Chan and Lisa Bell. I want to fight Canelo. I want to break it in Houston. I want all the smoke.
I'm coming to take all your belts, Coach.
Yeah. All of them. We're coming to take all of them. I want to unify.
Yup.
All of the,
oh my God.
All of the Teddy Wap belts that I bought. All of the Teddy Wap belts that I won on social media.
Yeah. I want them. They mine.
They're
I'm gonna do a Shakur Stevenson on you. I'm gonna touch your belt.
Touch your belt.
That's my belt. That's my belt.
My belt. Debo your belts. Come to your trap. Take over your trap.
Mm-hmm. We cherry picking. We ducking and cherry picking all the way to the top.
Oh no.
We don't want no. Hey, we don't want no tough competition. Has to be easy. And we're gonna promote them as though they world beaters, but we already know saying that they without the
boogeyman of the divisions.
Like Luis Ortiz.
Cardboard box belts. I know.
Oh my God.
I know. We went through that. Hey. Sorry, King of King Boxing, but we had to dissect. Who would you say King of King Boxing's Deontay Wilder's best win is? King of King, you always mysterious.
Oh, my bad. Sorry about that. I had my mic on mute. What was you saying?
Who would you say Deontay Wilder's best win is?
As far as opponent, I guess it would have to be Luis Ortiz.
Yeah, and yeah,
You're the boogeyman.
Go ahead, man.
I think it was
Would you say that is would you say King of King Boxing that Deontay Wilder has had a well choreographed career?
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say that boxing by itself is choreographed. So anybody that fights in boxing has a choreographed career.
So would you say that Deontay Wilder's faced top level opponents other than Tyson Fury?
Considering there's only how many top level opponents are in heavyweight boxing?
Anyone in the top 15.
Anyone in the top 15?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
The top 20.
Luis Ortiz is in there easily in there.
So out of
Brazil,
40 fights, you would say he's faced like world beaters.
But I mean, I don't think there's really only like 2 or 3, maybe 2 world beaters in heavyweight boxing, period. So it's not like you can't here's the thing about it. Y'all got to understand heavyweight boxing to begin with. Most fighters, if you look at their career, you could pull up Tyson. If you looked at most of the fighters that are on his resume, you wouldn't call them world beaters. So
I go after Tyson Fury all day, sir. So
no, I'm talking about Mike Tyson. I'm talking about historically boxing. So the thing about it is
no. Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson. He's established what he did as the youngest heavyweight and one of the youngest.
Exactly. So if you look at the names that he
got, you can't put Deontay Wilder in the same sphere.
No, I mean, if you look, well, here's the thing about it is, I don't to sit there and say who's the comparison, because the best fighter on Tyson Fury's record is Deontay Wilder. So if
it's Vladimir Klitschko, in my opinion.
It's Vladimir Klitschko.
The second best fighter then.
Yeah.
So if you have 2 significant fighters in your career, what are we saying? So, I mean, this is heavyweight boxing. He was a 5-year reigning champion. He fought everybody that was available except for, and like I said, I don't know whose fault that is that he didn't fight AJ, but no, I blame it Eddie Hearn and them. But that's it. So we can't sit there and say we can't make revisionist history and act like that it's easy to become heavyweight champion, because other than him, who else can you say has a 5-year reign with a legitimate belt?
I think this is what I think of Deontay Wilder's. A lot of people, when it comes to Deontay Wilder, for some reason, that support him. It's like this.
Colonel Jessup, did you order the code red?
You don't have to answer that question.
I'll answer the question. You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
Yeah, I just tell the truth on this channel. Deontay Wilder's career has been...
Name 4 heavyweights that have a better career than him right now. They're active.
He's never unified.
Oh, that's easy. That's easy.
AJ, Fury,
Trevor Bryan.
Did you say Trevor Bryan?
Trevor Bryan.
Yeah,
Trevor Bryan is hands down. You know, he was one of your world champions.
Trevor Bryan. That's funny.
Usyk,
Real funny.
AJ. We
I
should keep
said
going.
5. Where's the 5 at? I said 3.
Fury.
3.
Fury.
That's still 3.
Okay. I would say even Dillian White got a better resume than Wilder.
Dillian White does have a better resume than Deontay Wilder.
You guys are crazy.
He does have a better resume.
He has a better resume than Deontay Wilder.
Impossible.
A better body
You
of
can't
work.
have a good resume when you lose fights.
No,
that's like saying Adrian Broner has a better resume.
You know what
than,
a resume
Errol
means?
Spence. I mean, it's crazy.
No, you're wrong, bro. You're wrong.
They're
I'm
all
sorry.
losses.
Your CV.
And
Bro. No disrespect. No disrespect, but part of your CV is that's your body of work, your resume, your CV. Yeah. No losses.
Is
also
if you're not successful in it, then it doesn't matter. Having a bunch of losses against top
No.
fighters doesn't mean anything.
No. That's your box rec stats. Your wins
or
losses.
Are you sure about that?
Of opponent is a part of your resume.
Who you fight matters.
Yeah, who you fight
You guys
matters.
are bringing up Dillian White.
Not only that, I mean, he got better wins than Wilder.
Okay, that's still all right. Let's give you that. That's still 4. I said 5. Give me 5 heavyweights that are better than him in this era.
Better than him.
Better than his record, however you want to say it.
What better than him, skill wise, or because then we can list the whole top 20. That's better than him, skill for skill.
Better than his record at top 4.
Derek Chisora has better names on his record than Deontay Wilder.
Look, okay, you're right. So if we're gonna go by who you attempted to win, see, this that culture of I tried to win. He lost those fights. You gotta win. You can't claim a superior resume with a bunch of losses.
Yeah, but
sorry.
Let me pull up Deontay Wilder's resume. Let me go ahead.
What about Vladimir?
Where's B-Set when I need him? A historian or blood?
Guys, we know he obviously going to be biased because he's.
No, it's not about bias. I'm saying you guys got to give me. You got to give me credible argument. You know?
No, you've got to give us credible argument.
I just did. You guys are on here discounting Luis Ortiz like he's a bum.
Of course, we're going to discount Luis Ortiz.
Oh, I never discounted Luis Ortiz. He's a great win.
A minute ago, like Luis Ortiz. Oh yeah.
I mean, his best win is Bryant Jennings. What did he do?
So you wanted.
All right, thanks a lot, Mal. Thank you.
Got to get rid of the bout.
All right, Mal.
Everybody.
Talk to you later.
No, hit the like button. Are we pulling up?
We pulling up, Mal, in the building.
Oh yeah, yeah.
All right, true.
I think
resume.
Luis is a good fighter.
I think Luis Ortiz is a good boxer, but and that is his best opponent in my opinion. Okay, it was Tyson Fury, but before Tyson Fury, his best win is Luis Ortiz. The best people on Deontay Wilder's resume is Tyson Fury, and that's it. Tyson Fury.
Stavern, you gotta say Stavern too, because
you gotta say Malik Scott.
Romain Stavern.
You gotta say Malik Scott.
There's a great
you
win.
have to say him.
No, I don't have to say it. I don't have to say it.
But that's how he won his belt, though.
Malik Scott almost fell out the ring.
Doesn't make that one of the great wins.
Yeah, I think
that shit was choreographed too.
I just mean that Romain Stavern we'll give it you Romain Stavern. He's not a great fighter. We've seen who Romain Stavern is.
Romain was garbage.
He's garbage. We know this.
Romain wasn't so bad before he fought Wilder. He wasn't the best, but he wasn't that bad. You know what I'm trying to say?
Over Areola, so
yeah.
For a championship.
Man, Bervain Stavern lost to Trevor Bryant.
Anyone that brings up Areola as
I'm not gonna like Wilder like that. I think Wilder is a top 5 fighter.
I still put Wilder in the top 5.
That's all I asked for. Was he in the top 5?
No.
That's all I asked. To name 5 dudes above him, and you guys named 4. So
I
want to put him at 5.
Can I raise my hand real fast?
Do I put him in the top 5 or do I put 6? Maybe 6.
I put him in the top 3.
Can I raise my hand?
Maybe because then you have to do about because then there's other people that are undefeated, but then because he was a reigning champ, do you see what I'm saying? Because there's people that have still got, I don't know, like you'd have to, you put him in the top 3, top 4, top 5. It's subjective. People are going to put everybody. I've seen people put Andy Ruiz as number 2. I've seen people put Andy Ruiz as number 8. I've seen people, you know. So I just don't. I don't rate Deontay Wilder. I don't think he's a good boxer. I think he's got heart, but I don't think he has any skill. I don't think he's fought any tough level of opponent bar Tyson Fury, and when he stepped up, he got beat. He's never beat. He hasn't won since 2019. I just I can't see it. He's fought 40 bums.
Who has Tyson Fury lost to?
I don't think Tyson Fury's resume is great either, but he's a better boxer
I
than
bet
Deontay
you.
Wilder.
Do you think AJ is better than Tyson Fury?
I think Tyson Fury's a better boxer than AJ.
So who's AJ? Who's better than AJ?
I just think that maybe with all-roundedness, I think AJ has a little bit of all-roundedness. But I think really is it has to be the best so far is Alexander Usyk. I think he's obviously top 3 pound for pound, coming from cruiserweight to then taking the belt with a 2-time unified heavyweight champion of the world. You're going to have to put him up there, innit? So I think skill for skill that Usyk beats. We've seen him already beat AJ, so Usyk beats AJ. Usyk, I think Usyk beats Tyson Fury. I think Usyk beats Deontay Wilder. I think Usyk beats we already seen him beat Joe Joyce in the Amis. I think Usyk beats we saw Usyk beat Derek Chisora already. So yeah, have to put I don't think I could speak about Deontay Wilder in that same bracket. It's just not the greatest way that we have heavyweights that we have. So that's the only reason, like that, why you.
If Wilder came back and beat Usyk, would you say it was a lucky win or something, or Usyk had a bad night? Will we come up with some excuse why he won?
I would cheer. I'd be like, I'll get.
It won't matter. You'll still say his resume is full of bumps, which is very disrespectful.
Deontay Wilder always have a puncher's chance.
But then that'll be the narrative. Oh, he got lucky and hit him with that heavy
Can I answer the question without being interrupted?
I apologize. Go ahead.
No, I don't know. I was answering your question.
Oh.
If Deontay Wilder beat Usyk, why would I say, oh, that was just luck? Why would I say that, wouldn't it? Why wouldn't I congratulate it?
I mean, because a guy from like you just said that has wins over 40 bumps and goes out and beats the best heavyweight in boxing, why wouldn't that be constituted as luck?
Maybe that's how your mind thinks. I'm objective. So.
Yeah, but you just called 40. You called 40 professional fighters bums.
I did.
So, yeah.
Tuna cans, tomato cans, bums.
One of those fighters who AJ decidedly ducked. So it is what it is.
Okay. If we have to offer you 3 different fights and then you come out on
he's
Twitter,
lost to one fighter. So that's all I gotta say.
You guys keep saying with this AJ thing, spends the money can't be the one ducking. The person that turned down the money, sir, is the decline.
No, I was talking about Ortiz.
The person that declines a fight and then they come out on Twitter and say they declined the fight because even though they was getting more money for the fight, they declined. The declinee cannot then be the person that becomes the decliner.
Hey, who did
if you underpay somebody, that's a duck, bro.
Can I hit
let me ask you this question. Who did AJ duck?
How do you know he was underpaid?
Can I hit
if you offer somebody, if he says to you that that's not enough money for the caliber of the fight that they say it's going to generate, that's
which fight? Which one?
He ducked Ortiz. He could have fought Ortiz, and we could have not even had the conversation.
When
he was in line to when Ortiz, that WBA belt that he said he decided to take step aside money so he could fight Klitschko, and then he never got
okay. So this is what happened, right, bro? This is what happened. Ortiz got upset for some reason. Oh, he got caught. Remember, with some type of heart medicine or whatever.
Blood
So
pressure. Yeah.
yeah, blood pressure medicine. So he left or whatever, and he went over to the PBC, from what I remember. But
Oh, the heart pressure
he
medicine
could
was
have.
before the Wilder fight, so that's a different
No,
con.
what it was.
No. He got popped for something. Remember, he was supposed to.
No, it was what you're talking about. Luis Ortiz offer. He didn't want to wait to be. He was the. He was one of the mandatories, but he was next in the circle. So instead, that you know, like just for instance, Luis Ortiz, there was IBF that Joshua had to do, and Luis Ortiz WBA. So the IBF ordered their mandatory first. So Luis Ortiz threw a hissy fit, and then said, "Right, if Joshua doesn't choose to fight me next, then I'm gonna go. Then I'm going to fight. Who's gonna go and fight?" He went and then fought Deontay Wilder or something like that, because Joshua was going to get stripped if he wasn't adhere, as we all know, the IBF. And that's what happened. And then he popped dirty with the blood pressure pills, and it went from there. And then Team Luis Ortiz came out and said they dropped the ball. Then Joshua offered, I think, 7 million, and then they turned it down. And then Team Luis Ortiz said that, sorry, we dropped the ball, and they put out a public apology.
Confusing two different things. That was later on when he offered them that 7 million. That's when he ended up fighting.
Yeah, no, she talked about the two things.
So those two that like they go, no, they're separate things, y'all.
Yeah, I know.
Y'all right. You're factually correct, but they're not.
I said with the mandatory, and then I went on to the 7 million offer.
Can I smoke?
Yo, then AJ offered Ortiz.
Hang on. You can wait. Don't just slide when I'm speaking. Wait till I've finished. Damn, you guys always do this to me on my own show. Don't overtalk me. So, King of King Boxing, I spoke about the IBF and the WBA situation, and then I went on to talk about the $7 million offer. So those were the two different things. Who was interrupting me that wants to speak now? Because I don't know who it was.
That was me. I mean, like every time I try to talk, I never get a word in.
Okay, but Bold, if I'm speaking, and that goes for everybody, if I'm speaking, then get your word in after I've finished. He said something, so I had to.
I thought you were finished. That's why I started speaking.
No, I was still speaking. Go ahead, Bold.
No, I was gonna say, didn't AJ offered Luis Ortiz a contract to fight, and that fight fell through, and you know, fighting Andy Ruiz.
No, it was Miller who pulled out for AJ to fight Ruiz.
Can I?
No, he's right. There was a set that was. I guess he was an attempted replacement, but I don't know if how far that really went or whatever.
Can I hit the blunt? Can I jump in?
Yeah.
Hey,
talking, right?
Yeah. Can everybody hear me? First, I'm going to say hello and salute to everybody, and thank you for having me.
Sorry, I thought it was Bold. Yeah, we've got another Wilder guy on the panel.
Well, and by the way, lady,
Here comes your backup, King of Kings.
Well, by the way, let me
very wise man.
Before I get started, I want to say
you guys need backups. You know, I do this by myself usually. How I came through.
You got a whole squad.
I thought we was better than that, lady.
No, what you need to do is you need to rewind and go back and watch how I've only been on YouTube for about 18 months. I had to battle all of the Wildettes and the LDBC. I had Fred, Blue Blood, and I desecrated them all. And yeah, I do facts for facts. So you're new. So when you're new,
no, I've been watching you for some time. This is the first time I've been on the show.
Who hasn't? Of course you have. That's why you came. Of course you have.
So yeah, I seen but
Okay.
Fred's easy
Go
work.
ahead,
He should be
Sports
for somebody got
Go
sent.
ahead, Sports Heaven. Well, I didn't see you go against Fred. So
Well.
it's easy. Wait, you could say something's easy when you haven't taken the fight, but that's the whole mantra of what Wildets do. They say that their king beats everybody, but their king hasn't fought nobody. So you're just using that now in your boxing channel. Yeah, Fred's easy work. Did you take Fred on?
Hey, why are you so emotional about it? I mean, at the end of the day, numbers got the fight. So I mean, who cares?
I'm just asking a question.
Huh?
Did you take Fred on?
Fred.
Because you said Fred's easy work. You know, just like how people say, "Oh, Devin Haney's easy work." You know, everybody beats Devin Haney, even though he's undisputed. You've just did the same thing. Don't diminish.
So you want to tell me Fred is
You haven't done
undisputed?
it.
Now, Blue Blood, I can give you props for that. That's a difficult fight.
Yeah, I'm undisputed, is what I'm trying to tell you. No, not them. I am.
If you're still arguing about Wilder being a bum, then you didn't learn much.
I just want to know: did you take on Fred?
Well, can I smoke the blunt?
Easy work. Haven't finished yet.
I agree with a lot of stuff Fred says. So why would I take him on?
Okay, then. So why did you say he was easy work then?
He should be easy work for you.
Okay, why? Why is that?
Because he's not good at debating.
Okay, so you don't need to take him on someone that's not good at debating.
I'm just saying that he's not good at
Okay,
debating.
go ahead.
I've watched his show. He has a monologue. He doesn't even have guests on there like this, so it's not really the same thing.
Yeah, he does. He has callers. He has people that chime in. Yeah, he does. Go ahead, Sports Heaven. That because continuously keeps interrupting. But go ahead.
Well, I apologize. I'll fall back. I just want first of all, I was going to
You're allowed to go now.
Okay. Well, what I was going to say is first, you look beautiful. Just to start off. Okay. I wasn't trying to butt. I was just joining the show. I wasn't trying to be rude or anything like that. I'm not coming to save the brother. The brother actually making some good points. I'm not a Wilder fanboy or some type of fan. I really don't like the comments he made about Mike Tyson. So I just personally feel that he is a top heavyweight. That's what I personally feel. And the dude, only thing I was going to add to the conversation is simply that the dude made a good point when he said that Mike Tyson's my second favorite fighter behind Sugar Ray Leonard. But outside of Spinks, which people hate on him about, and Holmes, he won that one, and I thought Razor Ruddock was a very impressive win as well. Yes, Mike Tyson's resume is better than Wilder's, but the brother did make a good point that a lot of heavyweights don't have a great resume. While I think Anthony has a good resume based on rankings, but a lot of people that in the top heavyweight that's ranked in the top 15, they're not elite fighters. 10 years from now, we won't even be talking about half of those fighters, even though they were ranked at one time. But I'm going to fall back. I don't want to offend nobody, so I'm just going to be quiet and fall back. And thank you for having me on your show. You
don't have to fall back. You're always on the show. But we know that you usually, your team Wilder, no worries about it. But you're objective, at least you're objective. I hate when people come on and say they're objective, and as soon as they open their mouth, they're like biased as fuck, But yeah.
I told you I thought that Joy Joyce could beat Wilder. You know what I mean?
No.
I just think that.
Who else is next? Bold. Did you finish saying what you had said? I don't know.
I was just asking a question about.
What up, T.Y. in the building? What up? Why can't nobody hear me now?
T.Y., that's you? Hey.
No? Can you hear me? No?
Yeah, I hear
we
you.
can hear you.
Oh, okay. I was thinking, there we go. Just laugh at me, sorry. We got T.Y. in the building. Go ahead, T.Y. What? This T.Y. is a Tyson Fury supporter, but he likes boxing, but he's Tyson Fury before King of Kings and anybody else goes, we need artillery.
She tripping. I'm a boxing fan.
No, you are Tyson Fury, but I mean, like across the board, who our favorite heavyweights are?
Yeah, talking about heavyweights.
You're Tyson Fury, I'm AJ and Bud, but if we're doing heavyweights, AJ and King of King, and I think Sports Heaven is your favorite heavyweight, Wilder.
No, I mean, I just think he's a good heavyweight. I don't really have a favorite heavyweight right now.
Okay. So King of King's favorite heavyweight is Wilder. So that's what I'm saying. So it's all sprinkled before I get it.
I was just gonna get on this this little old bum conversation real quick. I mean, like you said, lady, shit, how many times for 18 months? And I'm one of them. I'm in the top 3 on this motherfucking YouTube. I desecrated this man. And I'm gonna tell you why I desecrate this man. First of all, he make the South look bad, first of all. You know what I'm saying? Any man that can't accept defeat ain't no champion, bro. It's like it's in life. I'm gonna start with them little basics before, because boxing run with life too. A lot of people don't talk about it. It runs together, man. You know what I'm saying? When you sit here, if let me just say this: if Tyson Fury would have lost that last fight, do you know how many Wilder fans would have got on here, and the whole narrative would have been Tyson Fury cheated in the second fight? We wouldn't have been able to clean that shit up. You know why we wouldn't have been able to clean that shit up? Because that would have somehow worked with their narrative. You know what I'm saying? So Tyson had to beat this guy another time the way he did it. Like I always say, God don't like ugly. My dog bit me. My costume was motherfucking too heavy. My motherfucking trainer spiked me. The motherfucking dog bit me before the fight. I couldn't move my legs. I mean, you just use excuse. They poison my water. Like, who believes this type of shit? So if I tell you the sun is purple outside, you gonna believe that shit too. The guy ain't fought no. What has he got? 40, 43 fights, 42 fights, and every time you can get on any one of these panels and ask what his best win is, and majority of people are gonna go with Luis Ortiz. I still gotta go with it. I'm gonna tell you why. If you add up, and they've had a breakdown on this YouTube. If you go down and look at all the people he fought, all them motherfucking bartenders, all them taxi cab drivers, all them motherfucking McDonald's managers, when you go down the list, you know what I'm saying? Do you know how many losses they got combined together? I know. You can go do the math, because I was talking about this guy. But man, let me tell you something. LadyChann got a better jab than him. I got a better jab than him in the street. A lot of people on this panel got a better jab than him. He can't fight off the back foot. You know what I'm saying? You know why people can put him as a top heavyweight? I'm gonna tell you why. Like Bo said, he's dangerous for anybody. Not because of his skills, because that motherfucker got cranium in his motherfucking hand. That's why he's dangerous. It ain't the skill set, because we can name a whole bunch of heavyweights that got better skills than him. I can keep continuing. You know, I'm just waiting just for some Deontay Wilder ignorant responses.
I'll jump in from that.
I just don't do that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll jump in on that, brother, and I ain't gonna go back and forth because you make some good points. I ain't gonna get into that. But what I will say is that just simply, and I think Ortiz is a little old and he looked a little bit off balance in his last fight, and that might hurt him. But what if Ortiz knocked Ruiz out, which that's very possible?
Oh, he dropped off. Yeah, we're still saying that that's the biggest win that Deontay Wilder has. That's whether he even beats Andy Ruiz or not, that's still his best win.
Well, Queen, the reason I asked that question, Queen, is because Ruiz is a good fighter, and he beat Joshua. So if Ortiz beat Ruiz and knocks him out at 43, as old as he is right now, how bad do now beating Ortiz twice? And let's also keep this in mind. And again, let me just be clear: I'm not a fan of Wilder. I just think he's.
Yeah.
All right, but if he but now how bad does his wins? And when he fought Ortiz, a lot of people thought Ortiz was going to beat Wilder because they said, oh, well, Ortiz has power and Wilder doesn't have any skills. So now if Ortiz goes out here and knock out Andy, now how does those two wins against Ortiz look?
So did Anthony Joshua then beat Ruiz afterwards?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
It was vindicated then, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not trying to shit on Anthony.
No, because you used that. I know you're not. Why is everybody so fucking touchy when it comes to this man? Calm down. I know. You brought it up. You brought it up. So I'm saying, okay, so it wasn't the same as Deontay Wilder fighting Tyson Fury 3 times and didn't win any of the times, was it? So Anthony Joshua lost one and then beat him. So whatever those two do over there doesn't reflect on anything that Anthony Joshua does. Does it? If Ruiz beats Ortiz, he's like, he's an old age pensioner. If anybody believes he's 43, cool. I believe that Ruiz beats Ortiz anyway, but I don't understand what you're saying. What does it make his win look like if Ortiz beats Ruiz? What does it make his win look like? Makes it look like a good win.
Well, this is what it make it look like in my thought process. All I'm saying is, it shows that the Ortiz is a threat. It shows that he's a legitimate. To say that Ortiz is his best win and act like he's just a regular boxer, he's not all this. It just simply shows that Ortiz is on an elite level. And to fight Ortiz back to back twice, and then to fight Fury 3 times, I think that does say something good about your resume, because you fought Fury. After the first fight, you knew he was going to be a handful. After the second fight, you knew you probably was going to lose the third one. You fought Ortiz even though you knocked him out and you won. When you went to fight him the second time, you was going to lose. And to me, that's what a champion do. You get in the ring with people who.
No, Deontay Wilder is.
Hey, let me.
Hang on one sec. Deontay Wilder has heart, but out of his 10 title defenses, 8 of those were voluntaries. So no, I don't see him as a champion like that. No, never unified the division. Hasn't even tried. When he was, Shelley Finkel had Vladimir Klitschko. Shelley Finkel came out on record, said he'd never put Deontay Wilder in there because Deontay Wilder's a baby. 37 years old. So I can't say like, yay, Deontay Wilder. No. Salute to the brother. With someone that with such bad skills, he's done amazing. I give him a round of applause all day long. He become a multi-millionaire,
because
I give him that. But that's all I can give him. Go ahead, TY.
See, that's what made when you for as little skills as he got, but that's why that motherfucker's so dangerous, because when you can hit like that, you got to get through the whole fight without getting touched by him. That's why damn near everybody will get slept by him. I hate to say it, and I told everybody before he fought Tyson Fury, but you got to look at it like this though. He fought Tyson Fury because, let's be real, he thought it was a cherry pick, and we know the man coming off drugs, the man coming off mental health, which a lot of people on here probably ain't never been through. So that's another discussion I ain't even gonna get. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? For him to do, for Tyson Fury to do what he did, that's why I know that man's different. And I said it when they was gonna fight again. You can knock his motherfucking ass down. And you said the second time you were gonna nail the coffin shut. If you can't nail that coffin shut down, bro, when it's when that man got that man all around him, bro, when he got that spirit, bro, it's just some dudes you just ain't gonna shut out, bro. You know what I'm saying? They can hate on Tyson Fury. You can hate on some of these fighters because they not from that old era that we like. You know what I'm saying? Them heavyweight champions. But one thing I can tell you, in this generation, you know what I'm saying? You're going to have to beat that man, bro. And you got a man that can hit like motherfucking Wilder, and that shit can't keep his motherfucking ass down. We ain't talking about skills, because at the end of the day, the punch is going to land when the skill is set up. You know what I'm saying? The punch is coming after the skill gets set up. You dig what I'm saying? So when you can keep getting up from a punch like that, who the fuck is going to keep that motherfucker down? That's the question y'all need to really ask yourself. And that's why I tell y'all Tyson Fury ain't going to get beat. And he's not. You know what I'm saying? You can argue all you want, say this, and you ain't got to like the man. A lot of us don't got to like these characters, man, but it's boxing. You know what I'm saying? I'm not emotional with none of these fighters. You know what I'm saying? I like certain fighters because of the way they fight. You know what I'm saying? But I'm never not going to keep it real. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I don't like about Wilder, man. I had to desecrate these racist bastards all day, all night. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker taking cough medicine every motherfucking day. I mean, it was that. I loved it. I ain't gonna lie to you. I loved it. Blood pressure 180 over 100. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It went down every night because these people cannot accept the fact that you call Joe King or whatever all this. And we know where the roots come from, bro. They know why they hate that motherfucker so bad. And it's bullshit, bro. It's all bullshit. Because if that would have been AJ, that would have been any other brother. They wouldn't have, man, all these people wouldn't have been on here like this during all this time. I've never seen nothing like this in a boxing, in the history of boxing. How you could come up with all this type of shit and all this disgusting shit, and Chan know what I'm talking about. Because me and Babe, we desecrated these motherfuckers. And you can hear the disgusting shit that they say. I've never seen that, man. With that man. You know what I'm saying? I'm just, I mean, I just don't get it.
Stuff said about all of those
No,
three
but
guys.
we're not, yeah, exact. But we're not talking about it. We on Wilder, and that's what I'm saying. You know, I'm not trying to move. You know, I'm not saying you trying to move to go, sis. But I'm just, you know, I want to keep it on Wild because, dog, the shit that I had to listen to and go through, killing these people on here, murdering them. You know what I'm saying? For 18 months, 2 years straight, man. Because all it was, how do you keep one trainer? You know what I'm saying? And then you talking this racist shit, but you keep the white man, but then you throw the black man to the curb. You know what I'm saying? He spiked your water. He did this. He did that, bro. You disgusting, bro. I never have respect for him. People even at the third fight, oh, he got hard. I got respect for him. Yeah, he did. He showed hard in that fight because he was gassed after the motherfucking third, fourth round. You know what I'm saying? I give him, but I don't respect that man. I can't respect no man that makes 1,000 fucking excuses, bro. You know what I'm saying? Some of us in us are dealing and battling with way harder shit than that, and you can't accept defeat. You can't accept your L's, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
King, go ahead, King.
To the brother that was just talking, and let me say my piece without you interrupting me. So let's just, because some of the comments you say, like I said, it's clearly past boxing. So let's just deal with that immediately.
Yeah.
So the first, wait, hold on, let me finish.
Don't interrupt. Let him just speak.
So
yeah?
first step of him embarrassing the South because a person can't admit that he lost in a place where I drive down the street and see fools with Confederate flags. You got to do better, brother. You got to do better.
Yeah.
So straight up, no, wait, hold on. So straight up. So let's just keep it real. Because without evidence, it's a false accusation. Wilder falsely accused Tyson Fury or somebody of drugging him in the second fight. His reward for that was getting knocked out in the third fight. I'm not no idiot. I'm not no clown. Fury is the best heavyweight. He beat this man twice and pulled the draw.
3 times. Really.
Delusional. I'm not delusional. Hey, look, man. Once again, I deal with facts, and in the record books, the first fight's a draw. So it is what
that's
it is.
That's not facts, though. That's 3 referees.
Wait, hold on. How is that not a fact? If you look in the record books, it's a draw.
Yeah, no, you're right. Hold on, you're right. I'm gonna let you talk.
Hey, no, you didn't. You didn't. Sorry, interrupting immediately,
it's a fact
bro. Once you
because 3
relax.
referees said that. You're right.
Like I
It's
said,
a fact. But we know he got beat. We know he got beat.
2 losses and a draw.
When he makes
how the fuck you win 2 rounds that you got to knock down in and lose 9, 10 rounds and you got to draw?
It's very difficult to have a
conversation. That man lost 9, 10 rounds out of 12.
You don't know what the conversation. Like I said, if you don't know what the word means, it's very difficult.
Yeah, I know. I'm with it. TY, you're gonna have to keep your mic muted. He didn't interrupt you at all. Yeah, let him speak. He doesn't need you to ad lib. Just let him speak, and then anybody can chime in after. You got to give the guy that respect. Let him speak like how he let you speak. Go ahead. Sorry about that, King of Kings.
It's no problem. I appreciate it, Mr. So, like I said, I'm not delusional. When I say favorite, that could be, I like that he knocks dudes out. Maybe I like his fighting style. That doesn't mean that I think he's the best fighter in the heavyweight division.
Stop saving these hoes.
Hey, hold on. Let me finish. Look, see what I'm saying? Like, if we're gonna be a child, grow up, bro. Let me finish my piece, man. I ain't saying nothing disrespectful to you.
I'm a grown man.
I know. So, know your turn. Okay, I'll let you talk. I'll let you finish whatever. So, like I said, I'm not delusional. So don't get it twisted that I'm not aware of the fact that I had to sit there and eat crow on people's show and realize like I picked Wilder in the third fight and he got smashed. It is what it is. Like that's how boxing is. That's the funny part. Look, I remember watching Roy Jones get knocked out. I was like, damn, like that's how boxing is. That's part of the game. So like I said, I'm not gonna shit on other fighters to make somebody look better. Tyson Fury is the best. Usyk, hopefully we get that fight. I don't know if Usyk can beat it time. But so I mean, that's a straight up, man. So like, it's not nothing personal. At the end of the day, you can feel that way. You know, you can feel like he made excuses or he did all this stuff, but in the end of the day, got dealt with in the ring. He got beat. So I mean, it doesn't really matter what he said or what he did. If you personally don't like him, that's cool, that's great. But why do we have to be so like? I don't understand the venom. I don't even really know the dude. I just watch him on TV. So it's just like, I don't really know Tyson Fury. I just watch him on TV. So I'm not going to say nothing derogatory about him personally or how I feel about him. At the end of the day, he's undefeated. So I got to give him them props. So like I said, at the end of the day, I'm about the boxing game. I feel like we miss out on fights because we get into these little somatic things. And we got, you know, the good thing about boxing is we can find out in the ring who's the best because they can fight each other. And that's just the end of the story. But right now, like I said, Wilder coming back is, I mean, I don't even know how to feel about that. Like I say, he coming off 2 knockout losses. I mean, like significantly lost, 2 knockout losses. So that's who he is. With a guy that can knock out anybody. He got a heavy punch, except for one dude that clearly gets up each time he knocks him down. So it's nothing personal, bro. You just I just understand the venom, man. If you love boxing, sometimes you lose, sometimes you win. That's it. That's just the game.
Go ahead, TY. See, there you go. Go ahead, TY.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's saying I like his point of view with what he said, you know, right now. But see, the people that needed to be told this, you know what I'm saying, are the Wildettes, man, are the Wilder fans. You know, you sometimes you gonna lose, you know what I'm saying, you gonna win, and they just can't accept the loss. You know what I'm saying, coming from who he took a loss to. You know what I'm saying? And it's just crazy how. And then the third fight, you can't even shake the man motherfucking hand. Like, you just, like, bro, you know, it's like Suge Knight said. What he say to me? He said some people are born males, but they're not men. You dig what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
and to me, that's not a man, man. And that's why I can't respect him. I can't. Because if he would have won that fight, it would have made it look like, you know, the whole delusion would have made it look like Tyson Fury cheated. That's why everybody knew he had to win this one again, because they would have desecrated him. All these motherfuckers would have made it. Well, that fight didn't even count either. And as far as the first fight, yeah, the facts is right. You're right. The facts is, you know, that's what's the disgusting part of boxing. The facts is that 3 judges called it a draw. But of course you're supposed to call it a draw too, because you got to have the second one. Let's be real. There's only one thing that revolves around this world, and that's money. You know what I'm saying? But if you want to be real with yourself, and you want to sit here and tell me that Wilder won enough rounds to deserve a draw, first knockdown, really, if you want to be particular, was in the back of the head. You know what I'm saying? If you want to be realistic, when a lot of them Wilder fans kind of bring that and always talking about Tyson Fury dirty and this and that, we'll talk about the first knockdown in the first fight. But to me, the first fight was a straight boxing lesson. Fury just fucked it and got caught. That's what happens with Wilder. You get caught. But don't sit here and tell me that 2 knockdowns deserve the draw, because I don't know hardly too many people that gave that motherfucker more than motherfucking the 2 rounds that he got the knockdowns in. What other rounds did he win?
Okay, so let me just interject. It's funny enough because you saying that this is the maddest thing, and people always say, oh, she's biased for AJ. Oh, she hates Wilder that much. I actually did I do point scores and I do rewatches of controversial fights and that. When I first watched the Wilder Fury fight, I had just off the eye test, I was like, you know, Wilder's won about 4 rounds, maybe 3 rounds. And then I actually rewatched them point scored. Lisa was on the panel as that, and I absolutely keep it a buck. I had Wilder winning 115 to 113.
Thank you.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did a repoint score on it. Yeah.
Hold up. You had Wilder.
Yeah, that was a good show. That was a good show. I watched it.
113.
Hold on.
The first fight.
The sister said what she said, and I respect that. And that's what boxing's about. One thing is, people get. That's one thing I don't. That's one thing that bothers me about the boxing is people get to the point they start calling people's names. They start talking about people's manhood, and they start doing all of this other stuff, and they get completely off of the bottom line. Now, if you feel that Fury won the first fight, that's fair because I watched the fight 4 or 5 times. First time I watched it, like the Queen said, you're looking at it, you're like, well, shit, Fury was like he was getting off. But if you really analyze that fight and watch that fight, Fury wasn't doing nothing because Fury had a lot of respect for that power, which explains why he gained all that weight for the second fight. I say that to say Fury's a bad motherfucker because he made his adjustments. He said, you know what? I'm about to gain some weight and I'm just going to walk this dude down because he can't outbox me for real. And that changed the whole game. But, and that's what, and that's why I love coming to the show. That's keeping it all the way 100. We can't just say he won the first fight. That's not a fact. That's an opinion. The fact, according to the history book, like the brother said, it was a draw, and rather it was a draw. It still was a close fight. So if it's a close fight, any person could have won that fight. So we can't just make our own history and say.
Let me interview. Let me say something on your part to piggyback off what you said. We can't say. Yeah, you know why we can't say it's a fact? Because like I said before, that's the disgusting thing about boxing. We can't say it's a fact when you got through when you gonna have judges that get it wrong.
What
exactly.
Did LadyChann? Hold on, whoa, you can't say they got it wrong because they get paid to do it. LadyChann just said,
"Oh,
hey,
come on, man."
Hold on, let me know.
Okay, hold up. I wasn't done. Hold up, bro. I let you talk. Hold up. Okay, of course you're gonna say, okay, but we don't know if people are really being real with themselves because of course a lot of people they're gonna say that on every fight. They're gonna pick this fight. They're gonna pick this fighter, even though this is their fighter. But they're not going to tell the truth because they love the fighter so much. So everybody's ideas is going to be different, though, bro, because they're not going to tell the truth. Hold on, I ain't done, bro. Let me finish. Let me get off. They're not going to tell the truth based on without emotions when you look at it and you look at the skill set and what happened in that fight. Because anybody that sit there and called that fight 115, 113, you need your eyes checked, man.
Well, hold on, brother. Hold on now.
Hold up. But you said Fury wasn't doing that.
Hold on, let me. Okay,
what was Wilder doing? Stop over talking me because I can do this all day. What was Wilder over? What was Wilder doing? Tell me that.
No, I'm not going to answer your question. I'm gonna let you finish talking, and I'm gonna say what I'm saying.
You already interrupted me like most of y'all.
I'm gonna be quiet.
Don't talk, bro.
You done or should I press mute?
Nah, go ahead.
No, all I was saying, brother, is at the end of the day is when you say that anybody that judged it, multiple people felt that it could have went either way. A lot of people felt like, you know what, the fight was close and Fury got dropped twice. I'm 43 years old, cuz at the end of the day, I come from a place that if a motherfucker get dropped twice in a fight and it's a close fight, I'll be hard pressed to see the motherfucker champion lose the belt when he done dropped the cat twice.
So I guess we both 43. Shit.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying. So
I'm 43 too. You know what I'm saying? I know what I'm watching. No, all I'm saying is I know what I'm watching, man. And you can't sit here. You can't sit here and give this man no more than motherfucking 2-3 rounds.
Well, I just did
rounds in that fight. Fury outboxed him. That was a beautiful boxing scene.
Well, hold on.
Fury outboxed him, bro.
No. When Bivol beat Canelo, that was a beautiful boxing ass whipping. I can't say that Fury.
How many rounds did you give Canelo? How many rounds did you give Canelo?
I might have gave Canelo 2 rounds in that fight.
All right, I agree with you.
All right, so I'm not biased. I'm not biased, but what I'm saying is because I said I'll tell you in a minute. I think Joyce knocks Wilder out. So I'm not biased. I'm just simply saying, in my opinion, is that you can't tell somebody when it's a close fight. It's a close fight. So to say that you crazy, you blind, all this, that first fight. Now in the second fight, Fury he closed the door. In the third fight, he closed the door. But when you going back to back, and then it's a close fight in the last round, you get dropped in the last round when it counts. And the fight is close, you can't be knocked. You can't be taking shots at people and getting emotional and disrespecting people because they don't agree with you.
Right.
I'm not disrespecting. Who's disrespecting?
You can't say that I need my eyes checked. I don't rock with Fury. I don't rock with Wilder. I just looked at it as objective, and
that's my opinion. I feel like I would say that to anybody. I ain't shooting as I don't know what you're watching. I honestly don't. How over 2 knockdowns? What beside that? What rounds were you giving this man? I've seen that fight literally at least 10, 11, 12 times. I just love boxing. I watch fights over and over because I used to hear the Wilder fans on the first fight say something, and I would just keep watching it over and over. And I'm not watching it with biased eyes because I never had nothing against Wilder till he came out with this bitch ass. I really like some of the knowledge he used to, you know what I'm saying, that he used to give, that he used to that some of the stuff that he says. Wilder really says a lot of stuff.
Oh, we got a call. Sorry, 1 sec.
You know, Wilder really says a lot of stuff.
What's your name and where are you calling from?
You're right, Queen Lady Shannon. It's Ben Adams again from the UK.
Adams in the building. What up, Joe?
Hey, I just want to say first thing, you're absolutely gorgeous always, and I'm feeling better as well.
Thank you very much, Ben. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say I've never agreed with the guy at the bottom here, but I do agree with what he's saying about the first Tyson Fury fight. Yeah, anyone that thinks that was a draw, I don't know what they were watching. Fury clearly won that fight.
I had
exactly.
Yeah, I had Deontay Wilder winning that fight. 115 to 130.
I just want to know how he won that fight.
You need Fury.
No, I had Deontay Wilder winning.
Somebody tell me how y'all had him win that fight, man.
Wilder didn't win that fight. Wilder didn't win that
That's a
fight.
matter of opinion.
That wasn't a draw.
No, I'm not
just a
going
matter
on
of
a matter of
opinion.
opinion. I'm matter going on facts. What happened in the ring? Fuck the referees. What kind of boxing were you? Where was Tyson Fury losing these rounds? Besides, where did you get it? I'm asking y'all. Y'all not saying nothing.
Stop shouting.
You overtalk everybody.
Yeah.
So how can
I agree with you.
Oh, no, y'all want to. Here y'all go playing this old snake.
You just keep talking. Look, like right now, you continue to talk. So
say, caller, you got it, bro. I'll see what they do. Oh, those snake
There's no way that Wilder won that fight.
I had Fury winning it at first too, but then when I looked at it again, I saw some different stuff. So, because neither one of them were really throwing a lot of punches.
That's what I was trying to say. Yeah.
No, I got to disagree on that one, yeah. But the guy at the bottom, yeah, obviously I agree with him. There's no way Wilder won that
Where's
fight.
T.Y.?
I just want to say one last thing, Queen Lady Shan, before I go, yeah. Tyson Fury had trouble against Steve. You remember Steve Cunningham? And then he calls Usyk a blown up cruiserweight, yeah. And he's stuck in. I know, yeah, for a fact, yeah, right. Usyk's going to beat AJ, yeah. Obviously, I would like AJ to win because he's from the UK, but it's not going to happen. That is fact, and that's why.
That's not a fact.
He's calling Anthony Joshua out
Well,
for
it's not
free.
a fact, but it's your opinion.
I know. I've got big money on this fight, Lady Shan, but yeah.
It doesn't make it a fact. It just still makes it an opinion.
It's just me, yeah. Obviously, it might be biased the way I'm saying it, but there's something about Usyk, yeah. Like even Tony Bellew said when he looked in his eyes, yeah, he said he's dead. There's nothing there. But it's my opinion anyway. I'll let you go, Queen Lady Shan. You're the best. You're absolutely amazing. Queen Lisa Bowles as well, and the rest of the chat. AJ, I don't know the rest of the names.
Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, and Kenny Ken as well. Even though you're not there.
Ken's not here. Thank you so much,
Ben.
Take care. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Wilder every time Wilder's brought up, everyone goes crazy.
All right, take care. Who was that, Sawab?
No, that's Gredax, our guy.
Oh, Gredax, yeah.
I always goes wild when Wilder gets mentioned.
That's why I don't really.
I know. I just sit back with the popcorn.
People go wild. It gets wild, but no, I see.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to be mellow. Yeah.
I called the fight. And I saw it as 115 to 113. They both didn't do basically. If that fight was deemed a draw, it was deemed a draw. I had no problem with it, to be honest. It was that it could gone either way. But how I scored it was 115 to 113. Wilder 115, Tyson Fury to 113. Like Lisa said, both of them there wasn't really much. Sometimes you have to go back and watch that fight. I couldn't watch that fight 10, 11 times, so I haven't watched it 10, 11 times. I'm not going to lie. But that's the score that I have. And people, you can't get agitated because someone sees something like on that's, point scoring different from you. You can't. But am I with the shit that Deontay Wilder came out with? I don't know if you... I don't know Sports Heaven or King of King by him saying that, the costume was too heavy. Kenny Bayless was a crab in the barrel black man and he smelt liquor on him. The Nevada State Commission was against him. Tyson Fury had loaded gloves, and I don't even like Tyson Fury, but I had to battle tooth and nail every day to say, look, I don't like Tyson Fury, but he didn't cheat. What else was there? His water was spiked. Come on. How is that a great... That's what I can't say is a great champ. I can't rock with it. I can't. I'm afraid.
Musty was too heavy.
Yeah, and there's no accountability. Even when Mark Breland, excuse me, and his son were receiving multiple death threats and stuff like that, you know, Deontay Wilder or Team Wilder, Deontay Wilder himself didn't come out and say, you know what, leave this man alone. We've handled it. We'll do what. I felt that was totally disgusting. So when I hear all of this, you know, pro-black, but you kept the white guy on and you chucked the black guy off, and everybody that's helped you in your career, to be honest, has been white, I can't get with it. That's where I just have to leave it. And I'm never going to get with it until Deontay Wilder takes some accountability, grows some balls and says, you know what? That didn't happen with what I was saying, because we saw it happen with George Foreman. He said punchers suffer those types of deficit when they have those deficit losses where they can't get over that they lost. He said that it happened to him, and it went for how much? He went into depression. He went into this and that until he admitted, you know what, I just lost. So I think we're gonna have to get Deontay Wilder to that for me to at least respect him. And nobody's going to force me to respect somebody that doesn't meet my moral code of conduct, I'm afraid. So, yeah. Hey, AJ.
Hi.
What up, Joe? You got
What
your
I
haircut?
Got my haircut. What I missed?
We were talking about Deontay Wilder. You know, always gets a bit heated when it gets...
Oh, yeah, of course. He has that effect on people.
Yeah, because we've got a couple, you know, we've got boxing. Oh yeah, we've got a new panelist, boxing king of kings. This is AJ by the way.
Hey, how you doing, AJ?
What up with you, man? What's up, King of Kings? Good to have you on.
And he's from Alabama, so obviously he's going to support Deontay Wilder. So we was talking about, you know, Wilder's best wins or this and that, and he felt I was just running it down that I can't respect Wilder because of those reasons. And he said that basically that Wilder, it's bad for us to say that Wilder has fought 40 bums. But,
well, those are facts. I mean, we all have an opinion on this panel, and we're all free to state it. Are we not?
Facts. We are. That is facts. We are.
You know, if you want me to answer that, it's not about it. I wasn't meaning it. What I'm just saying is, like, when I made that comment about, you know, because I understand our sport is maybe not in the UK, because I think you guys have a way bigger fan base over there. But I know here boxing is shrinking, and I just feel like if we use like if we watch a UFC fight over here, you never hear somebody say that dude fought 30 bums, and a lot of dudes they fought are bums. At the end of the day, I respect somebody that goes out there and trains regardless of what time he puts in and puts his life in danger, regardless of what level he is. And I, like, you know what I'm saying, the terminology bums, you know, where that came from originally, like those guys were literally bums. So I'm just like, that's the only reason I say anything. Like, you know, you can use whatever word you want, but I'm just saying, like, bums, like, okay, maybe lower tier fighters, maybe we can call them that, or E level fighters, or F level fighters, wherever you want to call them. But, you know, they're still fighters, so I try to give them some level of respect.
Yeah, I mean, do you know why people don't say the UFC champions are fighting bums? Because they're not fighting bums. They're having to fight the top people. These people aren't having to fight the top, and they are fighting bums. Not actual bums, but, you know, like comparatively, they're a lot lower ranked.
Well, hold on. I'm sorry. I'm going to shut up after this. I just have to interject this. I watch UFC avidly, and you got a lot of situations where a champion go against a number one guy, a number one or number two or number three ranked guy, and they blow through them. So when you say they're not bums, you have to question that. If that's the angle you're taking.
I mean, at least they're fighting the number one guy, man. These boxing guys, when was last time Wilder fought someone who was ranked number one? Like, Ortiz was like, rank 15? Come on, like, nah. He was fighting his bums all his career.
But what's considered a ranking? Are you talking about box rec? Or are you talking about these sanctioned? But that's the other thing. The shitty part
The
about
ring.
boxing.
I go by the ring.
Well, like I said, once again, that's boxing is the only thing that has multiple places with different places giving rankings. It's goofy. UFC is different. They have one place, you have one ranking. So if the same way you could say, well, he was ranked 15th in Ring Magazine. If I pull up some BS in Boxer and say, oh, he's ranked number 5, does that give me more validity? No, it doesn't. So I mean, you really can't even use rankings in boxing.
So now the rankings don't matter. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that the rankings are so biased. Like we just literally been seeing a story about the WBA where people purchase their rankings. So what are we just supposed to say about the rankings?
But which
like,
rankings do we go by? I mean, which legitimate?
Huh?
Wait. Let one at a time.
My bad. Go ahead, my bad, man.
Please. Go ahead. Who Boxing King again?
Go ahead, King. Go ahead, King.
If we give validity, like say we pick the Ring Magazine or whatever, or we pick ESPN's rankings or whatever. So I'm just saying that there's so many varieties of them. We can't sit there and say just because a particular grouping that you like that has more validity over somebody else saying, well, Bosrick had him ranked number 10. So, I mean, it's just so veritable that it's difficult to even sit there and say, well, what guy was really ranked. I mean, all you can do is go by where he got his mandatory shot at and what he was ranked at in that belt, because that's the belt he was fighting for. And that same thing, like, I hear people say, like, try to make comments about, like, because I deal with a lot of people that are around Wilder, and like, but I'm a reasonable Wilder fan, and they'll be like, oh, well, AJ fought this dude. I'm like, dude, this is number 1 ranked dude. What do you mean? Like, WBA says he's number 1. That's the mandatory. He got it, or IBF, he has to fight that dude. That's their ranking say, and that's the belt he has. So that's what he has to go by. I can't go by Ring Magazine or Box Rep because they don't hold no belts and they don't make no fights. So that's what I'm saying. So if you want to decide how to determine what a fighter is, we got to determine by what he was ranked in whatever belt he was fighting for.
Yeah, I do agree with that. But Wilder didn't even fight the top contender in his own championship ranking. He wasn't fighting number 1 WBC every time. He was taking what's it called, where you choose what one you want as long as they're in the top 10 or whatever. He would do
voluntaries.
Yeah, voluntaries. Out of his 10 title defenses, he took 8 voluntaries and
So
only 2 mandos.
Exactly. So he didn't even fight the top dude in his own fucking championship division. So yeah, there are different rankings. Yeah, they have to fight the top one. He didn't do that even. So I don't know.
Well, but you just said he only did that a couple of times. If he only had 2 mandatories, those mandatories were the number 1 ranked dude in the rankings.
He had 10 title defenses. 8 of them he picked who was going to defend the title.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So 2 of them he didn't. So who were those 2 guys? Were they ranked number 1?
Bermain Stavern was mandatory, and Dominic Brazil. I don't think they were number 1 at the time that Wilder fought him.
No.
So he's never
and he could have got more money for fighting Dominic Brazil under the original offer with AJ. He could have got 30 mil instead of fighting Dominic Brazil for, I think, 2 or 3 million.
20. He could have got 20 for fighting Brazil as part of the AJ deal on his own.
80. No, I think it was 30.
Because I think it was out 120 mil.
Yeah, so
yeah.
One was
20,
30, but I'll be honest, I don't as far as when fights don't get made, and you know what, I should take that back because about AJ done, because really I didn't think, when the first fight didn't happen, I don't think that was on AJ. I think we're about to get a test with how boxing is ran with this Spence fight. At the end of the day, fights aren't made. I don't blame the boxers. I want to just blame the suits. They're the ones not making the fights. So, like I say, I'll take that back as me saying duck. I think we say that fighter because we're referring to his team necessarily. I think a lot of these dudes would go ahead and get down if they were put in a position where they didn't have options not to get out of it. And who's creating those options for them to get out of these fights?
I think Sorry.
Bold, if you want to chime in on this, because what you say, I don't know, get ahead, because sometimes I forget you're actually on the panel. But go ahead, Bold. Bold is Bold. Bold is
yeah. I'm
yeah. What?
Let me chime in a second. I'm out here. I'm about to go do some shopping. I'm just getting in the car right now.
Okay. All right. Coolio. All right, go ahead, Gredax. Floor is yours. Sorry, did I?
Man, what was I
Hey,
saying?
before y'all start though, I will say this though. I like this debate though. You know, y'all doing y'all thing with this debate and stuff. You know, whether I agree with it or not, I can see valid points on different sides and whatnot. So, you know, shout out to y'all.
Oh yeah, I remember now.
Appreciate it, man.
So I was just going to say the buck has to stop with the fighter. Ultimately, they are responsible for their career. You can say promoters and stuff are blocking them or whatever. They can leave. They can do other stuff. They can demand it. They can refuse to. Like, it stops with them. It has to. It's them who's in control ultimately.
And I'm glad you said that, because my question for somebody on the panel, I don't know, I can't say for sure. How many of those mandatories declined to fight Deontay when they had their chance?
Oh, declined. I don't. Well, he never picked them to fight.
Kind
He
of
just.
like with Haney and Ryan. You know, like Ryan, like Haney, like Ryan was his mandatory, and he didn't take the opportunity when it happened.
I don't think he. I just the thing is, I don't know that specifically, but what I do know is that the WBC entitled him to not even bother address the Mandos. He was enabled just to take voluntary. So I don't know if he was like, okay, you're the number one Mando, and that number one Mando said, oh, I don't want the fight. All right, we have to go down the line. I honestly don't know if that was. I just know that the WBC enabled Wilder to pick. All right, if you want to say one person said, "Oh, I don't want to fight him," maybe two, but 8 different defenses. How,
Could
come on, come on,
Could I
8
have a
different
go?
times.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
come on.
what I think is probably the answer is I doubt anyone would want to duck Wilder. He was the weakest champion. Also, Dillian White definitely didn't want to duck Wilder for like 3 years, and he were number one. So it's more likely that Wilder chose the weaker ones rather than Dillian White refusing to fight him when he was literally chomping at the bit for years trying to get the fight.
See, that's reaching. I agree with what Chan said about. She make a good point when she say 8 people, but if we say, for instance, 2 people turned it down and they took 2 other mandatories, so that's four. You know, when people decline, when you have an opportunity to fight for the belt and you turn it down, that's nothing to sneeze at. What I don't want to do is just make assumptions and say, well, it's more than likely that, you know, Wilder that can knock you out with one punch. You know, even if he got some shit in his hand, you know, I won't debate that. You know. But that's a part of it, so we'll put that in, and it takes skill to set up that knockout. So, I'm gonna decline to fight him, or I'm gonna get in the ring with Wilder, knowing it's a good chance. Fury is outside of Usyk, which I agree with Chan. I think Usyk's the best heavyweight. I don't know if he got enough size to fuck with Fury, but the truth be told is Fury, like I say, I'm not gonna get into hating and stuff like that, but he was 1 or 2 seconds away from getting knocked out twice. So here it is, Fury's the best. The what is he, Ring Magazine? So he's the Ring Magazine champion, and Wilder dropped. It was 1 second away from knocking him out. So I don't think people were just breaking their neck to get in the ring with him.
I think Dillian White was definitely breaking his neck to get in the ring with him. He had to take them to court to get the fight.
I think we all make dialogues. I don't know, make
Narratives. You gonna say?
narratives based on how we feel about a fighter. At the end of the day, we can sit there and say, "Oh, Dillian White did it." Okay, I'm just like this. I feel like the WEC requires fighters to. I think they have mandatories every couple years or some BS like that. So
1 year.
I mean, he only had the belt for 5
Yeah,
years, so
every
really he
year,
would have only
once a
had.
year. No, it's
Huh?
once a year. Once
Yeah,
a year.
is it once a year? So how did he get away with not fighting mandatories 4 or 5 times? Like
Because
since
Mauricio Suleiman, for some reason.
I can answer that.
Go ahead, AJ.
I think it's because the PBC or these promotional outfits, specifically the PBC, have a lot of sway with the sanctioning bodies. The WBA being the prime example. That's how they're a lot of their fighters are allowed to carry second tier baby Mickey Mouse belts that don't matter really.
Remember, this is WBC that we're talking about.
I know, but I'm saying the same thing. I think the same thing applies to the WBC as well. So that's all.
It just seemed that between Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder, they was allowed to get away with so many different things that other boxers weren't allowed to get away with. I mean,
Exactly.
Anthony Joshua has had 1 voluntary in his whole 20 out of his 13 This will be his 13th title defense, coming back in for the Usyk. He's had one voluntary, which was Andy Ruiz, which was he had to pick Andrew or whoever because Big Maybe Miller popped dirty. So that was his Mando that fell through. Then they asked Luis Ortiz. He didn't want to fight.
That's Stan Kanaki too as well. Remember that?
He didn't want to fight. So they went down and then they got to Andy Ruiz. So that's out of his whole career. It's been his out of a defending champion. He's had one voluntary. And you can see why that was the one voluntary. So we don't understand why Deontay Wilder's picked 8 out of 10 and then talked about, you know.
You said 13 fights or title fights.
He's had title fights because he's had them in 2 halves, hasn't he? So yeah. So I don't know like how people think that, you know, you can compare Deontay Wilder's first run of Muhammad Ali's run. It's very disrespectful.
Yeah, I don't know who says that because that's ridiculous.
I agree.
Well, here's the thing about it is you guys got to understand a lot of people that make comments like that have no historical understanding of boxing. Anybody let's keep it at 100. Any boxer in the last 5 years that you compare to anybody in that era is just that doesn't exist. There is no comparison to those guys.
We know where that came from though.
Yeah, and well, I'm gonna say just because people say stuff. Like the best way not to give it credence is not to fucking repeat it, is just to shut it down and say, hey man, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard. Because like I said, I don't know, man. Whoever said that is an idiot. It's beyond idiotic. It's like, I don't know. It's just a badass comparison. It's just stupid. Like his whole lifestyle, the whole manifestation of the United States is completely different than what he was dealing with. So there isn't a comparison at all. I'm sorry.
No, that came from It's Your Boy. That's where it came from. He did it and surprise. Well, I ain't gonna say surprisingly, but it's subscriber based. They just take everything he said like it's the Bible and shit. So it's pretty much what it was.
Well, Blue be clickbaiting on.
Hang on, you come out. Sports Heaven. Hello.
Your mic died.
Your mic died. Yeah, it did. Yeah, so I don't know. Can you hear us, Sports Heaven? No.
Chan, your mic sounds nice.
Jiggity check 1, check 2. Does my mic sound nice? There you are.
Nice, on. King, could I just answer your point about that everyone's got their narratives and that? It's like, yeah, sure. But White did spend, 2,000 days in the number 1 position. That's a fact. Deontay Wilder never fought him in 3 years. It was as he was number 1 rated. That's another fact.
Hey, wait.
And then as
not
soon
to interrupt you, brother. Not to interrupt you, but that's not.
No, you can't interrupt. I'm afraid.
I'm sorry.
Let him finish.
I'm almost done, sir.
No. You're gonna have to let him finish, and then you can respond.
And then as soon as the champion changes, he gets the shot. So, you know, that's a fact. That's another fact. All of those 3 facts support the quote-unquote narrative that I have, that Wilder was, you know, picking and choosing and not fighting the number 1 contender. And therefore, I conclude that he's fighting cans or bums for most of his defenses. I'm done.
Okay, go ahead.
I apologize for interrupting you. Sorry about that. Once again, like I said, that's narrative because 2,000 days, what's that, 5-6 years? Come on, man. That's when you exaggerate a fact or try to make a point. He never was once like. See, you guys don't understand. The silver belt is not the number 1 position. It's just not. Like to get the number 1 rank in the WC is you pay for that, and he did not have that number 1 rank. He was never the mandatory. He just had the silver belt, and he assumed that made him the mandatory. But because the WC, so just like all the rest of these stuff, they have all these random ass belts that have nothing to do with each other, like the WBA and the regular belt. So he wasn't in. That wasn't what it is. That's not what happened. Because if he was the mandatory, he could have forced a purse bid and got the fight. But that's WC. I don't even know if necessarily have mandatories. I mean, it's been like that since Mayweather used to have that belt. So I mean, it's not the same thing.
Can I just say something real quick? Now the articles. No, I just asked my question. That's one before you go. The articles did back up that Dillian White was the mandatory for like over 1,000 days or something like that, and that was in the article. when he was going to fight Tyson Fury.
No disrespect, but article by who? Because you know the internet is full of a lot. I realized
The
I was looking
article
at
by boxing scene.
yeah. Well, here's the thing, I've looked at a lot of boxing scene has them too. You know that if you would look at the author of those a lot of those articles, they're just like regular people like us.
Okay, so boxing scene is not credible now. Is that what we're saying?
No, I'm saying what did the WC puts their rankings on the thing. Did in the WC was he listed as the #1 mandatory contender for 2,000 days?
I can answer. He was ranked #1.
By the time he fought Fury, it was over. Obviously, the 1,000 days. It was 1,000 days while Wilder kept him on hold, which was since he fought the title eliminator for
Chan, I can answer that right quick. Yeah, Dylan won. He was #1 for 1,000 days. Then when he beat Oscar Rivas, that was for an interim title, and that's when he became interim champion. And he was that till he lost to Alexander Povetkin, and then he got it back in a rematch. But before he fought Oscar Rivas, he was #1 for over 1,000 days. Now mandatory, whatever you want to call it, the shifty on that. But he was ranked #1. He was for that long.
Yeah, so the gentleman is right that the mandatory was not called for Dillian Whyte, so he was never the mandatory, but he was ranked #1, and so he should have been called for the mandatory. And he could have been easily taken as the voluntary, and should have, we'd argue, but he chose someone else.
So we just completely.
Now no one wants to talk. You ever want to all talk at the same time?
Yeah. I'll say something. So my only thing what I didn't understand about the WBC rank is because one time they made the one dude used to play football that Deontay Wilder knocked out. They made him the mandatory over Dillian Whyte, and I ain't understand that one.
Oh, that was Brazil, right? Dominic Brazil. You talking about Dominic Brazil?
Yeah, Brazil.
Yeah, that was some shifty shit back then. Yeah, that was shady. Yeah, I remember how that went down. I looked that up. Let me see because because they had to go. I'm having a hard time remembering, but I remember Eddie Hearn he was talking to Mauricio Solomon about that, and he was saying like how, oh yeah, don't worry, this fight with because it was Brazil and Eric Molina, and I think it was said that fight was it's like some kind of eliminator, and Mauricio Solomon assured Eddie Hearn, oh don't worry, this is not for the winner of this fight's not going to be the mandatory, only to come to find out after that fight's over. Oh yeah, the winner of that fight's the mandatory and is allowed to jump ahead of Dillian Whyte, who was ranked above both of them. Like he was at #1 and like Brazil was like #6, and Molina was at like 12, 13 or something like that. Yeah, that's I think so.
Listen, what I noticed is a lot of times we don't want to hear this, but people completely ignore that you have people that are in different boxing organizations, say PBC, Top Rank, The Zone, and they all do the same. And there's some times where they do come together, but a lot of times it don't come. A lot of times these promoters, they play a big part of this, and they play blocking roles in the middle of these situations. So, like for example, Bud gets a lot of hate, and a lot of people cock block and hate on Bud tomorrow. Well, he hasn't fought nobody at 147 block, but the top contenders, supposedly, because they're ranked high, right? The top contenders are fighting under the PBC banner. So Bud gets hated on, or it's a lot of stuff. Well, he ain't fight this, but the first time you gave him a PBC fight, like Sean Porter, he ran through him.
But that's not the first PBC fighter he fought, though.
Well, what I'm saying is a credibility. A lot of people felt like he was going to win. I'm just putting it out there in general. Is that this is what I'm trying to say? Regardless of what people's opinions about Bud's resume, if you think that Spence is going to run through him, then you might want to wake up, because that's a 50-50 fight. And I'm just using that to give credit as far as Deontay, the heavyweight. That's the rankings. A lot of those guys that and no knock to AJ, but the Zone, Eddie and them, they run the heavyweight division. So a lot of those, so it takes away from Deontay, because the guys that they don't own the heavyweight division. So PBC don't have a whole lot of fighters. So we can't say, well, he didn't fight. He could have fought this one, and just completely eliminate the whole concept that these promoters cock block a lot of fights due to their own financial purposes.
Could I respond?
Go ahead, sorry.
I'll just quickly go then. Yeah, so you're saying that the PBC doesn't own a lot of heavyweights. Okay, fine. Dillian White could have been called as the mandatory as the #1 rank. He doesn't need to be in the PBC to fight for a mandatory. You get 80% split.
Yeah, I'm
That's not
saying
an
you can't
excuse.
ignore that though. That is a part of boxing. That's what I'm saying. I agree with you. You are right. It don't have to be like that, but unfortunately, that's how it is. That's why I use Bud Crawford as an example. I think that it's a 50-50 fight. I lean to Spence because he's a little bigger, but I like Bud more, and I think Bud gets hated on, or they talk about his resume at 147 because the ranked fighters at 147. For example, I'm not necessarily sure that Jose Benavidez, I'm not necessarily 100% sure that Mikey coming up that way or Danny could necessarily beat him, but they looked. It's a better win for Spence because PBC fighters are ranked and they own 147. PBC owns the welterweight division. I'm saying that Eddie and them own the heavyweight division. PBC don't. I'm not saying there ain't no good fighters in PBC, but I'm saying that they own it, and to ignore that size of the street do play a part in these fights. To ignore that, I don't think that's being 100% genuine.
Hey, my only thing with that, I can't even say Eddie on the heavyweight. I don't think nobody really own the heavyweight, and PBC got a lot of heavyweight fighters too. I think the heavyweight division is not that deep enough, whereas though you could run politics of crossing the street and all that other stuff like the lower weights. Like the lower weights, they got popularity when it comes to welterweights and stuff like that, and they use that popularity to try to shade Crawford. And to be honest, I don't even rank Danny Garcia that high. Like that just people they rank Danny Garcia real high and stuff like that. Like to me, I thought really technically PBC at welterweight they only really had two fighters, and that was Thurman and Spence at the time. And Porter, I give Porter that too, but other than that, they were just saying like everybody on a PBC or everybody that Errol Spence fought is top guy, and we know that's not true. But they could afford to do that when you pretty much got Thurman, Porter, and Spence over there. They could afford to lie like that. But whereas on the heavyweight, you can't do that in the heavyweight because it's just not that deep.
Well, I'm not saying I think that. I'm saying that I think the rankings say that. I just sat up here and said I thought that Benavidez. I don't think So and that was one of Crawford's wins. So I'm not saying I think that. I'm just putting it out there. And out of the top 15, I don't have it on me, but out of the top 15 heavyweights, who are under the banner of who's under Eddie's shield, and how many of the top 15 fighters are under PBC's shield?
But as champion, you don't need to be under the same banner to fight someone. You get 80% split by default.
Yeah, I'm just saying I'm not going to ignore that.
I pulled this up. This was.
We see what.
Hang on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Article from 2019. This one, Friday 11th, 2019. This was Dillian White doesn't expect to face Deontay Wilder anytime soon, despite his because remember Dillian White had the test, the pop dirty test with the Revots thing, so they took him out of the Mando member, and then once he cleared the B sample, and they realized they reinstated him. So when it got to about, hang on, so at this point already, look, if I show you the highlighted bit, we're already that. But this is a credible broadsheet here in the UK. It's the the Express. Okay, so we have here. Hang on, this will let me do it. Well, you know. So we have here. But White, who was the mandatory challenger for the title for nearly 600 days before being provisionally suspended, doesn't foresee Wilder facing him if he gets the better of Fury the second time around, predicting the Bronze Bomber will accept the newly introduced franchise title in order to avoid fighting. So by this point, he was already the Mando after 600 days by the time they had the first fight with Fury. So, and then, then Deontay Wilder said, I'm going to freeze you out another 2 years and then I'll fight. So then he chose to fight Fury again as a rematch, which wasn't. So I know what you're saying, King Boxing, that how do we know that, he wasn't the Mando just because you've got a diamond belt? No, he was the Mando. And I was just pulling up certain articles just to verify that I knew he was the Mando. Yeah, he was the Mando, all right, for Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder chose to, whether you like it or not, duck Dillian Whyte. So there we are.
Well, here's the thing about it is, by definition, how do you duck a mandatory? So basically, the WBC allowed him to do that. Am I correct?
Yeah. And you pulled up a good point. I'm not sure. All I know that the WBC was on some fuck shit. I just think, do you know what? When this was happening, what my point of view was is that the WBC just preferred that Deontay Wilder, who had, I think, made more money, the person that has more money that holds the belt, the percentage is higher, a higher amount of sanction fees that they get from them. So keeping it between Deontay Wilder and then also, and it's on American shores, which which is close to Mexico, but then it's bouncing it back between Fury and Wilder, whoever, they've built up their kind of like their profile. It just helps them to maintain more, to keep more money with those sanction fees, with those percentages, because I think they get 3% of the past or whatever. Yeah. So with Dillian Whyte not being a high valued fighter, I mean, at that time, Dillian Whyte then garnered, making 3-4 million a fight, and he made more money per fight than Fury and Wilder up until they started doing their thing. I think it would just look like more of a business move with Mauricio Suleiman just to keep it on American shores and maybe just get some money with the higher paid fighters at that time. That's just my thought. That's not a fact. That's just my thought. But you posed an interesting question. How do we know if that was Amanda? Why wasn't it ordered then if there wasn't purse splits? Boxing's fucked up. There's lots of things that should be. Just because something's mandated doesn't mean it's ordered. There's a lot of people that sit in mandatory positions, but it's not ordered. It only comes into fruition once it's ordered.
Yeah, people are just sat at number 1, but it was never called as the mandatory. Like Parker's sat at 1 now, but there's no mandatory on Usyk right now for him.
Doesn't mean there's no just because it wasn't ordered. It was. It's mandated by. It doesn't has to be ordered for the mandate has to be ordered. Yeah.
Yeah, and Wilder just asked for some other dude instead.
Yeah.
So they ordered that instead.
Yeah, that's as far as I see it. Am I right? I don't know, but I know that Dillian Whyte was the mandatory. Was he ever ordered? No, and that's why Dillian Whyte started to kick up a big fuss with the WBC and then threaten, legalities with them. And in time, he did, do the legalities with them. I don't think he won, but that was why he was disgruntled, because he's like, I did this title eliminator, and you've got me sitting here for 600 days, now 1,000 days, and I'm mandated, but you're not ordering the mandate, and you're letting Deontay Wilder fight Tyson Fury here, then a rematch, then, a couple tune-ups, and Tyson Fury's doing his couple tune-ups, and So it was never ordered, but he was He was mandatory for Deontay Wilder for sure.
Yeah, that's exactly what the point we were making, where you being in a position and like I'm sorry, I can't remember the young brother's name. When he was talking about people, you can't different sides of streets and all these politics. I mean, I'm not somebody to defend the WBC. It's the most corrupt. I mean, maybe they're all corrupt, but they created a whole title so people didn't have to fight people. They even in that article it said, "Oh, he may get the franchise title," which never came to fruition since he ended up losing. But I don't think that ever was going to happen anyway. But WBC is also the place to decide to say that they change the levels for the steroid testing for a particular fighter. So it's just the corruption in boxing. So that's why I say I don't like being hard on the fighters. I don't like saying, "Oh, this guy this or these." Like they maneuver within the confines of what boxing has allowed them to do or what it's set up for it to do. And like you said, you made a great point. The WC was looking at dollar signs. They're like, "Yo, we make this fight." Even the Brazil fight. The Brazil fight, I think he got 20 million, 3% of that. I mean,
no, he didn't get 20 million for Dominic Brazil. He would have got 30 million if he would have fought it under the Joshua deal. He got like 3-4 million for Dominic Brazil.
Yeah,
I
Wilder
don't know if that's
like that.
necessarily correct because I do remember Espinoza talking about that they had to come with a matching amount so that he would fight that fight.
I'll pull it up.
I know Chan. I think he's right because what happened, what they did was
The initial amount was
what they
less
did.
until they forced their hand. Yeah.
because what they did was to match that offer, the zone's offer. They overpaid Deontay Wilder, and then that subsequently put them in the red.
Oh, is that and then Showtime was like,
yeah.
Oh,
yeah, they overpaid to match that offer.
You know what?
I found hilarious.
Gave him significantly more just so he would stay there.
Yeah,
like I said, it wasn't even on pay-per-view. The fight wasn't, but I know it was like 20 million because everybody's talking about like, yo, they're not making their money back, but they were banking on making the money back from the Fury fights.
It says it, yeah. It says in his first round knockout win, Dominic Brazil earlier this year, obviously it's 2019. This is Wilder reportedly made about 20 mil.
Yeah.
But that was the. Can I say something?
But then in this one it says almost 10 mil, and then in this one it says 9.5 million. I can pull up three articles, three different paths.
Still significant more than 3. You know, it's still was significant more for a fight that wasn't on pay-per-view. So even if you take that, like, you know, and then see it's American money, you know, it's a different situation where WC may not. I don't know. Maybe WC doesn't still have that same type of influence when they go somewhere else, but they got their money. They got the hooks and everything. So. Yeah, so it was a significant amount of money for WC to keep that stuff. And it's not just that fight. What I'm saying is the future fights, like you were saying, was so much money that it just didn't make sense for him to go fight Dylan White, win, lose, or draw, whatever, or go fight AJ. Like they're thinking to themselves, we've already got a set American market amount that we're going to get, so we're going to keep it over here.
That's why they went to that meeting. Because once they went to that meeting and found out what he was going to be offered, that's when his pay raised. That's when his pay scale raised.
Mm-hmm.
I said that. You know, we said that. You know, it's kind of like these fighters clout chase and they attach their name to, you know, cash cow fighters, and then it makes their profile and then lift, and they get more leverage and more bartering chips to barter. But when you say that to people, they're like, no, you're just hating. But no, that's just that's sometimes what people do in business. You know, they attach their name to things that of stock and then make it look public that, you know, and so they do it in music as well. You know, oh, Sony wants me they want to sign me for 8.5 mil. But guess what? And even though you're lying, but guess what? Universal want me for 10.5. And then, you know, then you've got Sony, and then you've got Universal, then you've got Warner Chappell hearing this and like, well, we've got to outbid Sony, and we've got only one of those offers was a real offer. The Sony offer is the real offer, but that's how you attach your name to something else to give yourself more leverage. And then you've got Warner Chappell going, well, we've got to outbid Sony for the 8.5, and fucking Warner Brothers is asked for 10.5. Right, we're gonna have to put a bid in for about 11.5 in. Then that's how you do it in music. I'm from music, just in case anybody didn't know out of the new guys on the panel. But yeah, that's a bartering trick that's always been done, and we've seen Wilder do it, and we've seen Tyson Fury do it, and we see even at lower levels of like Chris Eubank Jr. do it. You know, you see boxers doing it, and it's not really the greatest, but. And that's what those guys have done it. But I'm just telling the truth. Both Fury and Wilder didn't have any stock in the heavyweight market as such like that. They garnered it. And that's why they realized that them two were two good dance partners, whether win, lose or draw, as we saw all win, loss, draw. and they made the most money together first before Fury then, used that sprungboard off that, came back to the UK, and then said with Dillian White, who had garnered his own fan base and was making 3-4 million a purse and selling out the O2 Arena by himself, those two together then made the biggest gate of 93,000, and Fury's biggest and Dillian White's biggest purse bid to date. Biggest purse to date, because it was the biggest purse bid, but the biggest purse that they both garnered. So that's just the story of how you can step on everybody's heads to get up. But go ahead. Class is no longer in session.
I mean, but that's just the basis of the world, If a job comes and offers you 80,000 and you go to another job, say, yo, but they offered me 80, what y'all want to do? I mean, it's the same thing. So, I mean, that's how you negotiate deals, and that just what came to fruition. Like I said, he ended up getting 20 million for a fight that wasn't even on pay-per-view, but it was tied to 2 other fights that they knew they were going to make. I said, you just got to think the amount of money they made in them fights put them on the Forbes list. That's how much money they were making. So,
and why not take the 120 then as well? You could have did the whole offer for 120 mil instead.
I mean, I know we said, I guess there was details into that that I guess we were never going 100% sure. Both sides admit to making mistakes in there. We just put the number on there. There's details in that. There's information that we may not be aware of. And at the end of the day, like as it turned out, even though they didn't know that when it happened, unfortunately, Joshua ended up losing. So, I mean, there's other details that we're now aware. We just get the big numbers. Like, dang, 100, like why did you turn out 30 mil and go take 20? And like I said, maybe there was something else on the farther end, or even maybe it might have been television rights or something as simple as like when they air my fight, I'll get a royalty. You never know what extra stuff is in there. We just get blanket amounts and we never really understand exactly the whole details.
Could I answer that?
That's why I was going to say earlier. That's why you got to give Devin Haney some respect. And you know why I said? Because he sacrificed. Sometimes in life, we got to sacrifice for the end goal.
Yep.
So
I respect
what he did was he put himself in probably a predicament he's never been in, I'm sure. And look now, you just got to go through a few more hurdles, and yeah. But that's what I thought it was about, sacrificing. Like Floyd Mayweather did it.
With Oscar De La Hoya.
Yeah, he beat the man and he never looked back.
That's why Haney's a brilliant example of what, for instance, I think Wilder should have done. Take the lower side to fight AJ, etc. Or the same with Bud. Leave them, go sign with them and fight. You'll win, you get more. Like, it's down to the fighter ultimately, and Haney took that and used it. And look at him now. So good for him.
Haney owned his own company, don't he?
Yeah.
So Deontay didn't own his own company. Haney been fighting.
Yeah, but it's
no. I respect that. I fall back, Queen, because I respect what you say. At least you always dropping jewels.
No. I was saying but Haney owned his own company, but like Floyd Mayweather made a good. Yeah, you can have these upstart companies, but until you're able to write them $4 and $5 and $6 million checks and cover that site fee, you know what I'm saying? Because some of those, I'm not saying Haney in particular, but some of those, we call them promotional companies, they still use the big time promoters license.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm trying to say?
Yes, ma'am. And the reason I bring that up, Lisa, is just simply because of this, is that I believe, and I can be corrected easily, Haney, his contract with his owner, the business he had with
I don't hear you. Is it me or?
That's me.
Yeah,
My
I
phone.
thought I was tripping.
No, can you hear me now? That's my phone was ringing. I just was saying that contract with the zone. Can you hear me?
No, but I think I know what you're saying. You're saying
Yeah.
that he had a 1-by-1 fight with them, so he could just leave and he could do
Yeah,
whatever he
he
wanted,
can
right?
do what he wanted to do. So I think
Yes.
when he signed up for that, he had the opportunity to do what he want. And I'm
Yes.
definitely not going to compare Wilder to Haney. I mean, Haney is a generational talent, so we'll be talking about him 20 years from now. But what I am saying from a business standpoint, Haney had the leeway to say, you know what, I want those belts. I'm gonna sign the top rank. Wilder, on the other hand, he's under the umbrella of the PBC.
Yes, but he chose to be under the umbrella of the PBC. He could say, look, Al, man, I need this fight. I need them belts. AJ's the cherry over there. I want to go pick him. I want to go there and smoke his pack. And Al could have been like, no. And he's like, okay, I'm going to fight 3 more bums and I'm going to go sign with them. So, you know, it was Wilder's choice not to do that. It's down to Wilder. You can't say, oh, he was with PBC, so he never got the opportunity. It's down to him.
You could say that about everybody, though. I mean,
Yeah,
the
and I
only
do.
person that we've seen actually do that of late, where he literally left a banner, was Haney. That's why I give him props. That's why I don't pay no attention to Tank. He talked all this crap about Mayweather, and you're back over there again. Look, this is how boxing is set up right now. If you're 140 pounds or less, if you're not fighting on top rank, you're not trying to fight nobody, because that's where all the fighters are. If you're from 147 to 154, if you're not at PBC, you're not trying to fight nobody, because that's where the fighters are. For the zone, I think they own 160. If you're not there, then you're not trying to get no fights. So at the end of the day, like, guys can go and make choices, then they make choices, and you see what they want. Like I said, Gervonta signing back with Mayweather, he's basically showed y'all that he's not going to fight nobody of significance, because all those fighters are on a whole nother place where he could easily get access to if he had signed over there. Why you were talking mess about Floyd not giving you anything and all, and he's in a more of a power position, because, you know, in a day of boxing where in America, if you can pull 250, 300 pay-per-view buys, you're viable. He might have been able to negotiate a better deal than Haney did, but if he doesn't take that, then that's on him. So, like I said, or we can even say, well, why didn't AJ leave and go to? I mean, we can nitpick every fighter like that, but the ones that actually do it, we just gotta congratulate, and then the ones that don't do it, we just say, hey. But it works both ways. We're seeing it right now with Terrence Crawford. He clearly pointed out that Bob Arum is the reason why this fight didn't happen. I'm not signing back with him. I'm trying to get the fight with Spence, and that's why I said at the end of the day, when these fights aren't happening, we can't just make it out is like, oh, well, this guy didn't want this or this, that, you know, sometimes they choose the wrong side, and this is what happens. But it's blatantly obvious sometimes where that side is. Yes, Wilder should have, if he wanted the heavyweight fight, should have went over there with Matchroom. That's where a lot of heavyweights were at. I can concede that fact. That's where a bunch of them were at, but he didn't. So we just have to accept it where it is. And so if he tried to make a fight and that fight didn't happen, then okay, yeah, you're right. That doesn't then discredit everything that somebody does from that point. I mean, so that's how I look at it.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. I just think it shows that he didn't want it enough. If he wanted it enough, he would have gone and done it. And it's his fault and no one else's. I'm just blaming the fighters for their situation. If they wanted it enough, they'd go and do it.
Me too. And the fact that he didn't unify and never made any attempts to, whilst, you know, everybody with his 10 title defenses, but never, you've held one belt for 5 years. It's whatever to me, to be honest. But yeah, I like hearing all of you guys' points of views. We're going to wrap it up, so I want everybody to say their last bits on whatever they want to talk. And if you've got a boxing channel, please promote your channel and your social media, and let people find you as well. And you're all always welcome. Doesn't matter if we have the same opinion, different opinion. We get spicy. I get spicy. But I do like to try and be fair. I try and don't want everybody to overtake. Oh, one sec. Let's take this one. Yeah, go ahead. Who's this? Is this you, Ben?
Yeah, Queen Lady CHANN, it's Ben Adams. Just a quick one, yeah. I just wanted to basically address to your audience, yeah. Like, I don't think they understand yet if they're from America or different parts yet. I think Conor Ben, if this fight does happen between Eubank Jr., will be bigger.
That. That's a different topic, but go ahead. You just say.
I just want to say, obviously, I think it's going to be bigger than Spence versus Crawford because of the rivalry between the dads.
Okie dokes. All right then.
And I just wanted to okay, all right, have a great night. Bye.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Do I agree? Do I agree with that? Hell to the motherfucking no. No.
Correction,
No,
sir.
no. Conor Ben.
By the way, Chan, you like my profile pic?
Jr. is a bigger fight than Spence Crawford. Where?
What is? I can't see it.
Hey, Chan, you like my profile pic? You blow it up. Yeah, I just want to give a tribute to a shout out. So,
Is that the twerking king?
you already know, bro. You already know.
He did it. He brought it himself.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
King of Kings. That
Who
wasn't
has
our-
that picture on deck like that? Hey man, erase that, man. That's weird.
Yeah, I know.
He said it was weird. He did it.
Yeah, he did. It was him. He just said, yeah.
That was him. So we'll go round the panel. So we'll start with who's the haggler?
Gredax. Gredax is Hagler.
Gredax. Okay,
He's my
let's start with-
favorite fighter. He never ducked no one.
Didn't duck no smoke.
Exactly.
That's out to haggler.
Agree with King about Tank. He a bum slayer. Wilder, he a bum slayer. Thanks for having me on the panel. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you so much, Gredax. Thank you for coming. You know you're always welcome. Okay, we have King of Kings Boxing. What up? Tell them what your last thoughts, whatever you want to say, social media, boxing channel if you have one, and let them where they can find you, sir.
Yeah, I got a channel. It's King of Kings Boxing. I just do after fight breakdowns and stuff like that. So come check me out. I do appreciate you letting me on the on the panel, Mrs. Chan. I do appreciate it. No, I'm a words mix. I'm sorry about that, but I do I really enjoyed the debate, and hopefully I'll be able to come back in the future. You have a good night.
And thank you for coming, King of King Boxing. Massively appreciate it.
Take care.
We will go to Sports Heaven King in the building. What up, King?
What's up, Queen? I just want to say you looked lovely tonight. Shout out to the rest of the panel, Lisa, AJ, and everybody. Thank you for having me on like always, and y'all have a nice night.
Always welcome,
Peace, King.
Welcome. Peace,
Peace,
to you.
King.
Sports Heaven in the building. Okay, we have AJ all day. What do you want to say?
As always, a pleasure. Thank you, Champ, for having me on. The hair looks beautiful. You look beautiful, Lisa. Love you. Sports, I love you guys.
Love you more, AJ.
Can't wait till the next one.
Yep. AJ, love you more. And thank you, King AJ all day. Dundam season for life. Thank you for joining. And
You already know.
Guy, thank you so much, AJ.
Yeah.
And we have, last but not least, my sister Queen Bales in the building. What up, sis? What you like?
Hey. Yeah, I want to thank you for having me, LadyChann, and AJ, love you, little bro. I want to thank all the people for coming out, supporting the panel today, and in the live as well. And it's been a good show. So thanks for having me.
Oh, you're always welcome, Queen. My big sister, love you loads, and love you on every day that
Love
ends
you
in.
more.
So, shouts out to
thank
Queen
you.
Lisa Sales.
Likewise.
I know somebody's got to love me, eh? And it's you. Thank you, Queen, as usual. Queen Lisa Bales. So you know how we do it. It's gonna be little old me. Let me shout out to everybody that was here. I've got to do the shouts out. Let me hear these sound effects. Okay, so we had that guy in the building. Sylvester in the building. Gredax in the building. Ben Adams in the building. Sammy Ali, Boricoen, ¿cómo está? ¿Todo bien? In the building. Alan Skilled, that guy, Who else? Oh yeah, TY in the building. Arlette in the building. Boxing scholar in the build. The boxing scholar? Yeah, in the building. Boxing scholar, you should have came on the panel. You're always welcome as well. All different people. I see you rock over on Mark, so we are well acquainted. But you was in the building. Modern key boxing in the building. Who else have we got? God, you guys were really back and forth in here, weren't ya? To see the same old bloody names. Oh yeah, we had King TJ in the building. GG in the building. Who else did we have? Oh, Santos. I didn't see you. You was in the building. The chat was lively today. Sorry, I didn't see you, sir. You was in the building. AJV Wilder was a huge PPP blockbuster that we missed. USA v UK, two black fighters, reminded me of the fanfare 90s, Lennox Lewis and Mike Tyson. For me, that was the start of the Duck Season Chronicles. I know.
Facts. That's facts.
Strangeness was in the building. Jaden was in the building. GG in the building. Who else was in the building? Most wanted in the building. LOC, Loke in the building. Who else was in the building? Oh yeah, we had Earl Stevens in the building, Coach Malachi in the building, New Media Today USA Boxing in the building. Who else did we have? So I'd just like to thank King of King Boxing, Lisa Bales, AJ All Day, King Heaven, Gredax, Coach Malachi. Bold was in the building. Fish, you was in the building. I think I could be scrolling for years. So it's gone to the same people. But if Haplo was in the building. Happy birthday, Hap! Haplo, you was in the building. Thank you for coming through on your birthday. Happy birthday, Hap. AJ All Day, yet again, was in the building. And yeah, guys, I was in the building, wasn't it?
It's Haplo's son's birthday.
Haplo's son's birthday. Wow. So, yeah. Happy birthday to Haplo's son. We're wrapping up the show, I'm afraid. So the show is now finished. Yeah, the show's finished. I'm wrapping it up. I've been on 4 hours. It's done. Yeah.
She's tired. Her queen needs a beauty rest.
Gonna catch my king more in the building. So you can come through while I'm saying bye to everyone. But I'm wrapping up. I'm saying
what's
bye
up, girl?
Yeah, I'm finished. The show's finished.
I know.
I'm gonna get you.
I caught you later. I love you, though. You know I love you.
I love you even more, King Shelton Moore in the building.
Is that Lisa? Lisa, you up here?
Yeah, Lisa's up in here.
Love you, OG.
Love you too, Lisa. You know that.
We got AJ.
I love you too, bro.
Yeah.
You motherfucker, you. Yeah, get some rest, Chad. I'll catch you on the next one. You know, we both been kind of busy, but look, we got to fight, y'all. We got to fight.
You come through. It's all that matter.
Yeah.
I try my best. Hey, look, looks like we got a fight, though. They say in November. So get your coins ready.
Oh, yeah, that's what they say. But, I need to see this.
I didn't have what they said.
I need to see.
I ain't heard nothing official.
Guys, we've got Alicia Baumgardner tomorrow on the show, by the way. I think it's going to be... Check out, because we may do a time change.
Damn,
so
I'm in a bad spot. I can't hear shit you're saying, but love y'all. I hit y'all in the WhatsApp, man. I gotta pick up my daughter right now, so
okay.
I love y'all. I'll talk to y'all soon.
All right, love you more. Be safe out there.
So yeah, like I said, we'll have Alicia Baumgardner tomorrow.
Oh God, I can't wait. I can't wait.
We're gonna have a good old time.
We're about to break the internet.
We're gonna break.
Yeah, she is something. She is hilarious.
Senorita Picante in the building. Yeah, she is. She's like the spiciness, man. We're gonna have two spicy bitches in the building. We're gonna be tearing off some heads. Like,
I gotta come up with my list of questions.
We are not feeling this mayor shit. So these two Team Spicy. We ain't having it right now. So yeah, Maddie in the building. We had Country in the building. So yeah, if I've missed anybody out, don't hold me to ransom. It wasn't planned or contrived. But catch me tomorrow. Check on the community tab. It's on there. You'll see the time for Alicia Baumgardner and LadyChann. And I will say, is there anything that I need to play out of the funny little things that I always play? No, I think we played all of those, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Oh, yeah, we usually do this one as well. Let's have a go.
Ooh, yeah. She tied you to a kitchen chair. She broke a foam and she cut your hair. I'm froze. It's not.
What an arsehole. What an arsehole. Anyway, guys, you've been amazing. Thank you for making my first day back at school fun. You all turned up for your old girl. Massively appreciated. Things can get spicy, things can get heated, but it's all for the love of the sport. Facts and facts, opinions are opinions, and not everybody has to like the same fire. That's is where I'm going to leave it. Anyway, I'm gone. Hey, girl, it's LadyChann, rep nonetheless. Come box with Chan. Gyan! Ra! LadyChann has left the fucking building. Gyan! Ra!
LadyChann! Fight!